5 o'clock on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and we can't say for sure there won't be an isolated rain shower somewhere in Middle Tennessee today. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Right now, I'm seeing that U.S. officials are concerned that an attack on Israel from Iran or its proxies is now expected before Thursday. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that for you. Here in Tennessee, a man is facing charges for shooting and killing a teenager who was allegedly breaking into a neighbor's car in Gallatin. Police say Adrian Wilkerson, a 20-year-old, fired a shot at the teen who was running away. Channel 4 asked attorney David Rabin how this is against the law if that teenager was indeed breaking the law.
If someone is taking your property, your lawnmower or something, you can run out and say, stop, and use force to stop that person from taking the lawnmower, for example. But you can't shoot the person.
Yeah, Wilkerson charged with second-degree murder in that case. State Board of Education asking parents and teachers to weigh in on what students are being taught under English language arts. A survey is online right now to review curriculum, which is required every 8 years. Professional Educators of Tennessee Executive Director J.C. Bowman telling Channel 4 it could directly impact what topics make it on the tests starting in the 2029-2030 school year.
This is going to be the key because you're going to be looking at the standards that you set, the curriculum that gets adopted, and ultimately what the test will measure.
We put a link to the survey on our socials. Teachers in Sumner County are getting pay raises, and athletics facilities getting upgrades after the county commission passed a budget last night after 4 hours of testimony from members of the commission and the community. The budget adds at least $5 million more dollars to the $16 million base to repair bleachers and build 2 new school stadiums. And teachers' salaries will be bumped up to at least $47K a year. Support staff will be making $16 an hour, up from only $12 an hour. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
The volatility continues for the markets. Stocks closed mixed to start the week. The Dow gave up 141 points. The S&P rose a fraction. The Nasdaq closed up 35. We may have seen the worst of inflation, and many economists say that we consumers can take credit for it. Some of the nation's largest companies say their customers are demanding cheaper alternative products and services. They're searching for bargains, or they just plain aren't buying things they think are too expensive. We aren't cutting back enough to cause an economic downturn, but rather they say doing just enough to return the economy to pre-pandemic norms. That's when most companies felt they couldn't raise prices much without losing business. We get 2 important reports on inflation this week, starting with the Producer Price Index on Tuesday. That measures costs at the wholesale level month to month and year over year. And then on Wednesday, it's the Consumer Price Index that'll be released. Blink Fitness has filed for bankruptcy, but says it doesn't plan to close locations.
All right, let's check futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 112, S&P up 26, NASDAQ up 117. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? A lot going on. There's a big the thing on X that Donald Trump did. You know what's amazing to me? This is a former president, possibly future president, who can speak for 2 hours. Friends, 2 hours on this Elon Musk call on X. And what are people focused on? People are focused on whether or not Donald Trump was lisping. Now, 2 hours, no brain farts, no problem talking about policy or anything else, but people are obsessed with the fact that it sounded like he was lisping. Now, I listened to it. A couple of things are going on. Number one is he's on a speakerphone. If you listen to the audio of Donald Trump in the room from his part of the conversation, where he's speaking into the speakerphone, into, the link that goes to X and so forth, it doesn't sound like he's lisping there. But then once it sort of goes through all of the various technological things, it does sound like he's lisping. People said he was slurring. I did not hear any slurs, but I did hear a lisp coming out of the back end as it hit people's computers. But I think that's just a technological thing. Or maybe he had some dental work. I don't know. But there was some audio of, again, his side of the conversation as he's speaking into the speakerphone. And again, I have no idea whether or not he was truly lisping or not. It didn't sound like it from the original audio that I heard. But here's the deal. Even if he was, okay, maybe he had some dental work. Can somebody please ask Kamala Harris and that side of the aisle? Okay, so if he's lisping, we'll figure out what was going on. Maybe it was a technological issue or whatever. But what about Kamala Harris and the fact that there's no way that she could intellectually or otherwise do what Donald Trump has done over the last week? He faced reporters for 2 hours. Barrage of questions, one after the other. You want to go back even further? He faced all of those black journalists in, was it Atlanta? I think wherever it was. He faced all those black journalists.
Chicago.
Thank you, Ken. Always there when I need him.
Big 10-4, Brother Dan.
Very hostile environment there. And then he does this, 2 hour plus conversation with Elon Musk where they spoke about all kinds of things. And yeah, it was a laid back conversation, but I mean, he talked about policy. He spoke about a lot of things. And so I love what he did. Now, they were hit with some sort of an attack. Not shocking, not surprising at all, because there was a lot of people that were, worried that he was going to be spreading misinformation and hate speech, which I don't know. I didn't hear any misinformation or hate speech. I mean, whatever. I mean, if you really want to start going down the road of misinformation, what about the misinformation that Kamala Harris is throwing out there? Because you don't really know. It's like misinformation. You know what Kamala Harris is? Kamala Harris is like misinformation by omission. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how do you feel on the issues? The fact that you won't address the fact that you felt one way in 2019, you presided it through the administration of Joe Biden as vice president with all of these different policies, and now you're trying to literally distance yourself from yourself. That is a form of misinformation because, again, it's misinformation by omission. You won't tell the American people how you feel. So, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. John, I need some audio. I don't have time to do that. In the 6 o'clock hour, we'll talk about Kamala Harris and her father. Because you know that Elon Musk, he said this about Kamala Harris's dad. Listen real close.
I think a lot of people thought, the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not. But we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, we're not making this up,
Yeah, no, literally that was her upbringing with her father. Now, I will tell you, because the New York Times did a whole thing on this. And so coming up, I'll do it in the 6 o'clock hour, right out of the news. We'll talk about Kamala Harris and her father, and a guy that the New York Times even described as a Marxist scholar. So we'll talk about that in the 6 o'clock hour here on Nashville's Morning News, because that dovetails into all the other things that she wants to do regarding raising taxes and the rest of that. Donald Trump did talk about this Iron Dome idea. He told Elon Musk, and this is something that he set out on the campaign trail, but he talked about how he does want America to have our own version of the Iron Dome, just like Israel has.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to, start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome.
All right, so that is Donald Trump, and he does. He sounds like he has a lisp, right? So you can't deny that he sounds like he has a lisp.
He does sound different.
He does sound a little different. He sounds like he has a bit of a lisp.
I don't know if it's a lisp. It sounds slobbery.
Sounds like new dental work.
Yes.
So people are telling me that are far smarter than me on this stuff, that it happens to people when they're doing spaces on X. Like, this is an X thing on spaces.
Could be.
That's from what I understand. This is something that happens.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I have never heard him sound like this.
And you know what? If he goes out there and he speaks today, I guarantee you he's not going to have a lisp.
Yeah, I've never heard him sound like this. That could very well be the case. But it's kind of like what Johnny said. To me, it sounds like he needs to swallow.
Okay. Well, whatever. Again, I think that was just a technological thing, because we've never heard that before. We've never seen that before. And he sounded, alert. I mean, he sounded great. Didn't sound like anything was wrong other than...
Yeah, he's not pausing. He doesn't sound confused or anything like that.
No, I mean, if you want to sound, if you want to listen to pausy and confusing, go listen to, Kamala Harris.
Or
By
her
the
boss.
Way. Or who?
Her boss.
Oh, Lord. Or Joe Biden. Yeah. You know what? Pausy and confused is definitely Joe Biden. 5:15 on Super Talk 99.7. All right, I'm scattered and all over the place. So I'm going to talk about the Iron Dome and Donald Trump's thought about an Iron Dome coming up, because there's some challenges with this. I'm just going to let you know. I know Trump's heart is in the right place, but what Israel does is not what we need or are able to do to keep us safe. Details straight ahead, 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Partly clouded today and a high of 88 degrees. And right now, 65 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Donald Trump has been saying, he said it last night on X and Spaces, and he has also said it at the RNC when he gave that big speech, that he does want America to have our own version of the Iron Dome. Because here's the deal. And, do folks know what the Iron Dome is, right? So Israel has what is known as the Iron Dome. And basically what it is they have a system. We pay for it, and it's part of our alliance with Israel. And so if there's an incoming, rocket or whatever, then they're able to shoot it down. Now, some do get through, and that does happen all the time, because if you send either decoys or there's just a massive barrage of missiles, then yeah, sometimes they do get through the Iron Dome in Israel. But Trump does understand that we have a lot of enemies. We've got Russia, we've got China, we've got North Korea, we've got Iran. And so we have a lot of enemies. And so it does make sense for the United States to be protected with some sort of an Iron Dome. The problem that we have, though, is that Israel's Iron Dome, it's really meant for shorter spaces, rockets, that kind of a thing. So if you're Israel and you've got, missiles coming in from the Gaza Strip or one of their neighboring countries, then it is relatively easy for the Iron Dome to shoot those down. But rockets that are coming from, say, for example, they were coming, from China, from Russia, North Korea, wherever. Those are going to be harder to shoot down with Israel's version of an Iron Dome. Here's what they say. This is, now, if they were able to fire a rocket from Cuba, it might be able to work. But this is from defense1.com. Reliably intercepting long-range missiles that travel thousands of miles and are fast, small, and cold, and that's important, cold, as they speed through outer space has proven impossible, particularly if the adversary deploys countermeasures like decoys and jammers. The interceptors cannot see the target, and even when the warhead enters the atmosphere, stripping away the decoys deployed in space, it is traveling so fast, around 4 miles per second, and is so small that it is an extraordinarily difficult target. Add in the ability of the adversary to simply overwhelm, that's the other part of this, defensive systems with more warheads than there are interceptors, and the defense has insurmountable problems. So that's the problem. I mean, we need to figure out a way to do this so that we're dealing with some of these more long-range missiles as opposed to what Israel is dealing with, which is really short-term missiles or short-range rockets. This is, again, Donald Trump talking about this Iron Dome at the RNC.
Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first.
Listen, I'm just here to tell you, I love the idea of some sort of an Iron Dome. And obviously, we already have our defensive abilities here in America.
I'll go for an Iron Dome.
But I'd love an Iron Dome.
Sign me up, man.
$2 trillion. But you know what?
Money well spent.
Money well spent.
Exactly.
Because there's something about being able to, and I'm all about, the best defense really is a strong offense. But I don't think we can really trust the mutually assured destruction, which is in the past what we've always counted on. But as far as a defense, but we really do need to have a strong defense because more of these nations, again, Iran, North Korea, China, Russia, their ability to fire these long-range missiles is incredible, especially China. And so we do need to have the ability somehow to be able to knock these things out of the sky one way or another. And so my opinion is that if anybody can make this happen, it is Donald Trump. That's just my opinion. If there's one guy that can make it happen, it's Donald Trump. He's going to understand the challenges, and he's going to hopefully be able to get it done if he gets into office. We'll have to see what happens. 5:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open at 615-737-9986. 615-737 WWTN. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, U.S. officials say an attack on Israel from Iran or its proxies is now expected before Thursday. Details coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 26 on Super Talk 99.7. All right, so you can follow me on Twitter at Dan Mandis Show. I have just tweeted out a picture of J.D. Vance in drag. You guys see this? So
Yes,
there's
I
a
did,
photo. Actually. Now, we're not going to do it now. We're going to talk about it. We'll do it officially at 5:35.
All right.
J.D. Vance in drag. And,
okie doke.
Can I just say he does not make an attractive drag queen?
That's an understatement.
But I don't think he's trying, just so we're clear.
No, it looked like it was probably...
It's a college prank.
Yeah.
It's a college prank. He was at Yale.
Just having fun.
Anyway, we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead, 5:35.
Who hasn't done that?
Do you know what's so funny? I haven't. Have you, Johnny? Is there a picture of you and, I'm air quoting here, drag somewhere?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I know there's not.
I was going to say, the great thing is I absolutely know that there's no picture of me in a...
There's no picture of me in drag, but there might be one with me at a Halloween party dressed as a Quaalude, but that's about as far as
wait, did you say dressed as a Quaalude?
Yeah.
All right, we can't do this now.
No, we can't.
Do they wear dresses?
All right, we got to go.
Yes, we do.
Anyway, so I just tweeted out the photo at Dan Mandis Show. Also, by the way, coming up during the Gang of Three Amigos at 5:35, something horrible happened to me while I was on the air yesterday in Washington, D.C. I sent the picture to both Johnny and Ken after it happened, and I'm debating as to, and we'll talk about it, as to whether or not I actually want to post the ensuing picture that I sent to you guys. We'll talk about that all coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. You can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed your devices need and count on a reliable connection for all your devices, even when everyone is online, like at my house. Now, that's what I love about my Xfinity Internet. Now, I've been a customer for a long time. Now, all three of us in the house working online, we have no issues. But if something does go wrong, no problem. Xfinity has 24/7 customer service for whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. Xfinity allows you to get the best Wi-Fi for your home with ultimate control of your home network with the Xfinity app. Now, you can personalize your Wi-Fi name, password, assign user profiles, and a whole lot more. They've also got different plans to choose from, so you're only paying for what you need to stay connected. So call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Xfinity, 1-800-XFINITY, Xfinity.com, or visit a store today.
.5:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Going to be mostly dry today, but wetter toward the end of the week. Tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in the Middle East, U.S. officials say an attack on Israel from Iran or its proxies is expected before Thursday. Here's him when.
The Israeli Air Force is banning its members from leaving the country. They're on high alert for a potential attack from Iran. In the meantime, CIA Director William Burns arrives in Qatar Thursday for previously scheduled peace talks between Israel and Hamas. Talks growing seemingly more fragile by the day, with the threat of a wider regional conflict looming. ABC News, Washington.
President Biden spoke yesterday with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and the UK to discuss the escalating tensions and call for Iran to stand down, even as a U.S. missile-guided submarine heads to the region. And right now in California, man.
I was doing yoga in my living room, trying to zen out, and then just felt, like rumbling. My dog was freaking out, and I've experienced earthquakes before, so I kind of knew the feeling, but it was spooky. It was a big one.
Yeah, that's McKenna Petty after yesterday's 4.4 magnitude earthquake right under Pasadena. The nearly 10 million people who live in Los Angeles County now being warned to be ready for aftershocks. Here in Middle Tennessee, the man injured in that Smyrna home explosion on Sunday has died. Channel 4 says his neighbors are heartbroken.
Every single person in this neighborhood came out of their house and ran towards his house to try to get him out.
You could see all the smoke and everything come out.
The man had severe burns. He passed away yesterday. Firefighters have not released what the cause of that blast is, but neighbors said the man had been working on his hot water tank. And the fall is usually when smartphone makers like to show off their latest tech. But Google is getting a jump on things. On Tuesday, that's today, Google's expected to announce a revamp of the entire Pixel lineup for a total of 4 new phones. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 532 WTN. Listen, if you have a piece of land or some land that you don't know what to do, why don't you think about putting up a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco? They are the premier pole barn builders in the state of Tennessee. Now, you know that putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, or you can just live in it. We do call those barn dominiums. The thing is, pole barns from Stoltzco, they are flexible and built really well. You can also, by the way, plan ahead and build your retirement home. Call them today. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-622-5992. They've also got a great website and social media as well. That website, STOLTZCO, Stoltzco.com. They're also on Instagram and Facebook as well. If you want to check out the various pole barns that they can make, find them online. Again, Stoltzco.com, Instagram, and Facebook as well. Call them. Again, tell them Dan told you to reach out. Stoltzco, 615-622-5992.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of three amigos. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Dan.
I like to have a dramatic pause before I start, let the music play a little bit.
Get people in the mood.
We can all sway along.
Yeah.
Speaking of swaying, we'll talk about that whole drag thing in a second. Ken Weaver's here. Hi, Ken.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
So, and I'm Dan Mandis. So, if you go to the Dan Mandis Show Twitter, X, I tweeted out one of the photos of J.D. Vance, and he is, they're talking about how he is, and I'm going to air quote here, in drag. He's basically wearing a woman's shirt, a woman's necklace, and he's got a wig on.
Yeah.
That's it. I think he's got a little bit of facial hair. It was when he was at Yale many years ago, when he was in college.
Yeah.
And so the left is out there trying to make, some hay out of this. I can guarantee you it's one of a couple of things. It's his fraternity trying to raise money, because you folks need to remember, you folks who are haters, you have to remember that, way back when we could actually have some fun in this country, you would, if you were in a fraternity, you would like dress up in a dress and these kinds of things, and you would raise money. That's one of the ways that they raised money in fraternities. Or maybe it's Halloween. I don't know. But if this is all here's what's funny. On this Tuesday morning.
Hey, he's got his hands going now, boy. He's getting fired up.
This is what the Democrats have this morning. Donald Trump was speaking with a lisp, and J.D. Vance wore a women's wig 12 years ago. Is that what you have, Democrats? Good luck to you.
Oh, I thought they celebrated this. Why are they criticizing it?
That's the other thing.
Well, that's it. I'm changing my vote.
I thought this whole drag thing was supposed to be celebrated, man.
Yes.
I'm a little confused.
Yes. What's wrong here?
So whatever.
What's the
Democrats?
So it's okay for you Democrats to celebrate this, but poor old J.D. Vance cannot?
I think it's probably because they didn't try that hard.
No, he really didn't.
You could tell if you really want to, go all in with the whole drag thing, you've got to put on, I don't know what you call it, rouge, I think.
Well, yeah.
The red stuff.
You just really have to.
The red stuff.
The red stuff.
Whatever.
But that red
Did we ever officially figure out if J.D. Vance wears, is it eyeliner they keep talking about, they keep obsessing over?
I don't know for sure, but it sure looks like it.
Was that ever here's what I know. Dana Bash didn't ask him the really important question, like, do you wear eyeliner?
Yeah.
That's it. I'm changing my vote.
Anyway, whatever.
Not going to have some man wearing eyeliner making decisions for me.
Can't do that now, can we?
He dresses up in a dress. I'm done.
In all my years, I never thought that
here we are,
that political conversations would boil down to a drag photo from 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Or whether or not the VP guy wears eyeliner or the presidential candidate has a lisp.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord, man.
Here we are, boys.
Yeah. Identity politics, baby.
All right, so here's what happened to me yesterday. Now, I know that some of you who are longtime listeners to the show wonder, how can so many things happen to one person? I don't know.
A sharecropper like Dan.
A sharecropper like yours truly. People are still talking about that, man, from yesterday.
Don't look at the title of today's show.
What did you do? Did you title the show video something silly?
I did.
A sharecropper's dream.
No, I said the sharecropper's back.
Oh, yeah, the sharecropper's back.
Anyway, so
I do it out of love.
I'm doing all week 2 to 5 our time, 3 to 6 East Coast time. Because you all know I do fill-in work across the country. So I'm doing WMAL in Washington, D.C. So in the middle of the show yesterday, I dropped my highlighter down to the floor.
Uh-oh.
We're in the commercial break, not a big deal. So I go down. We're coming back from the break.
Oh, no.
I go to get my highlighter. I'm coming back up, and I hit my head on my microphone apparatus that has all kinds of pointy things on it. It hurt so bad, and then I realized I'm bleeding profusely.
And you were.
Down the line, people are saying, because they heard the microphone, get hit with blunt force. That was my forehead. And then they heard me, scream an expletive or two, and they're screaming down the line, are you okay? What's wrong? They thought I was having a heart attack or something.
Yeah, they can't see.
And I said, man, I hit my head on my microphone. And then as the music is playing to come back, I feel my head. I've got blood all over my hands. I am bleeding profusely as I'm talking on the radio. So I send Amy a note. Bless her heart, man. She did not sign up for this. I send Amy a note on my phone as I'm talking, mind you. Help, bleeding. That's all
That'll get your attention.
Yeah,
she comes booking down the stairs, and as I'm monologuing, she's got a paper towel on my head, and I'm bleeding, and it will not stop, and I'm covered in blood. Like, my hands are covered in blood. I can't play any audio because I don't want to touch anything.
All right.
Yeah.
So as I'm monologuing, she is holding this on my head, and then she tells me to hold it. I'm holding. She runs, gets a bandage. As I'm still talking, she puts a bandage on my head. There was so much blood. And why is it always on my head? So you folks watching on WTN TV, you can see I've got a hat on and an oozing cut.
Yeah, you look like you were in a machete attack.
I'm telling you, man, it was painful.
Dan, I think you might need to just wear a hat all the time.
I need to wear a helmet, Ken.
Yeah. No, I think a hat would protect you, okay?
I don't know. Helmet might be better.
It's always... Wait, because remember...
Wear a little helmet.
Instead of calling me Sharecropper, you got to call me Crash.
Oh, Crash.
That comes Crash Mandis.
Crash. I like that name.
That's Crash Mandis.
Listen, the fact that I was able to, in excruciating pain and covered in blood, not say anything as I'm doing this show in Washington, D.C., I think that is a testament to my professionalism.
And did they come back with the bumper, if you want blood, you got it?
No, they didn't.
AC/DC? Been perfect.
I did send them the photo that I sent you guys.
Yeah.
And
man, that was shocking.
As I said, man. Of course, so Amy takes a photo because I said, how bad is it? And she starts laughing, and she took a photo. And I'm like trying to sort of get through all this. And I mean, it's ugly.
Yeah.
It is really ugly. So I was considering actually posting the photo, but decided not to.
It looked like somebody went at you with a razor blade like in Rocky.
Yeah. I'm not going to post it. You guys think I should post the photo? Is it like funny, or is it just gross and don't do it?
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it.
You guys so I should not post the...
I wouldn't.
No.
Does that build up like my street cred as a sharecropper / talk show host?
Definitely.
Well, sharecropping is hard.
Yes, it is. And you can get injured.
Yeah.
Boy. Yeah.
I've heard it really stinks.
How many times have I hit my head now? Like, how many times have I had
a lot.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You just need to wear a ball cap all the time.
I don't know what is up with me. It's just the most bizarre thing ever.
You're kind of accident prone.
Yes, it is happening more and more as I get older.
Well, Dan, embrace it, because
you tend to move.
Not just you.
You tend to move forward. Like, you do things with your head.
Yes.
Like when you're doing your show, I mean, it's like your head is involved. You're head button your show. You know what I mean?
No, I mean,
it's like your head button. I mean,
I'm head butting my show.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so people that don't watch WTN TV, I use my hands.
You use your hands.
I'm very active.
Yes.
Very expressive.
I'm very expressive with my body.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, I do tend to be accident prone. Let me tell you something. If there is a corner, my head will find it. If there is an open cabinet, my head will find it. If there is a sharp object anywhere to be found,
yeah,
my head will find it. It's just, It's what happens.
And when you hurt yourself, does your wife laugh?
You know, she was laughing.
See, what is it about women? When you hurt yourself, they just love to see us hurt ourselves.
When she realized that I was okay, the sheer absurdity of me continuing to talk while I'm covered in blood.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny.
Yeah.
It was funny. And so then I went to the next break and they're like, what happened? And and I told them and I sent them the picture. And they were very impressed. So I hope they show the boss just so that he knows how bad I am.
There you go.
He's bleeding for his show.
That's exactly right. I bleed conservatism, friends.
And when he's wounded, he doesn't quit.
That's exactly right.
Is that eyeliner?
Is that rouge?
Moving right along.
What's that red stuff?
I was looking for a story. I saw where a big 300-pound pig got rescued from a sinkhole yesterday in Wilson County.
Awesome.
And now I can't find it.
Darn.
A 300-pound pig got...
Where did I see that?
Did the pig cause the sinkhole?
Sounds like it, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Man, can you imagine how much bacon that'd make?
I'd make a whole bunch of bacon.
Sure would.
And did you guys see that LeBron James with the kid? Boy, that LeBron James just must be...
So there is a video of LeBron James after he won. I don't know what they won, the basketball team at the Olympics.
Yeah.
He's getting off the bus. Did you find the video, Johnny?
I did not.
Folks, if you can find the video, I'll post it. I was horrified.
What happened?
So LeBron James, King James, is that what they call him?
Yeah.
He's a joker.
Yeah, he is.
He gets off the bus and a kid asks him for a photo. Now, instead of just politely saying, no, I can't, and this is on video, he puts up his finger and he says, stop. And he keeps on walking.
Had the kid been pestering him?
I don't know. He just got off the bus. I mean, I cannot in my wildest dreams, on my worst day ever, imagine treating another human being like that. And one where this is a kid that obviously idolizes LeBron James.
Exactly.
I can't even imagine that kind of behavior.
Well, let me show you some class, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take you back in time. Do you remember Peter Max? He was the guy that made all the psychedelic drawings and they were on billboards, they were on TV. He was a fantastic artist in the 60s and 70s. In the late 60s, around 69, he had rented a house in Woodstock. And when they got the house, when they moved in, his daughter, who I think was around 3 or 4 at the time, found this old washed-out denim jacket. It was too big for her because it was an adult jacket, but she wore it constantly, fell in love with it as it drug the ground as she wore it. Peter said a couple of days later, he's sitting on his porch of this house, this rented house in Woodstock. A rock star emerges, comes to the door. They exchange pleasantries. And the rock star says, I left my favorite denim jacket here. I was trying to come and get it. Do you know where it's at? And he said, right as he said this, his daughter comes in wearing the jacket. And Peter says, she's wearing your jacket now. He said, we'll give it to you and please take it. Mm-hmm. And the rock star said, nope, it's all hers now.
Wow. And you don't see that kind of thing very often.
The rock star, James Marshall Hendricks, Jimi Hendrix.
Really?
Yes, and an added a point to the story, the daughter still has the jacket today.
Can you imagine how much that jacket is worth?
Oh, wow. And it was his favorite jacket. He even went back to get it because he forgot it. And yet when he saw her walking in it, he said, it belongs to her now.
Ken?
Yeah.
I found your story.
Yeah, I found it too.
300-pound pig rescued from a sinkhole in Wilson County.
Yeah. Yeah, listen to what they had to get through to rescue the pig. By the way, his name is Holy.
You know why his name is Holy? You know what his last name is? Cow. Holy cow, you're fat.
That's a good one, Brother Dan. Yeah, they had to use 5-gallon buckets to clear away hay, dirt, and manure.
Oh, joy.
To get the pig out of the hole.
Now,
Big old
again,
pig.
I want to know, this is a 300-pound pig at an animal sanctuary.
Yeah, trapped inside a sinkhole that was more than 3 feet wide and 4 feet deep.
I think this pig is so fat, he caused the sinkhole.
Well, he was so fat they had to call the Wilson County Emergency Management Agency in to assist. Wow. I guess they have 5-gallon buckets on standby just in case big fat pigs get stuck in sinkholes there in Wilson County. By the end of the rescue operation, both teams who helped rescue the pig named Holy made a hole that was 6 feet deep and 4 feet wide. It took 2.5 hours to get that pig out of that hole.
Well, just think how long it would have taken to get Jerry Nadler out of it.
Wow. Well, here's the thing about that.
They just hoist Jerry from his pants.
Yeah.
High pants Nadler. What were you saying, Ken?
Here's the thing about that pig. It looks like, okay, this is a pig sanctuary or an animal sanctuary. It looks like this pig was one of those where a family thought, oh, it would be really sweet to have a cute little teacup pig that actually turns into a 300-pound pig when you get right down to it. So many people buy these animals thinking that they're going to stay little and cute.
Oh, they're so cute, right?
Yeah, and they don't know anything about them.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big old pig.
Yeah.
Big old pig.
I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, no offense to like 300-pound pigs, but why do they need a 300-pound pig at an animal sanctuary?
Well, animal sanctuary, probably somebody couldn't take care of.
So they just dropped them off.
So they dropped it off, or the pig was rescued.
It's kind of funny. Like somebody I had a girlfriend one time who had a rabbit for a pet.
Yeah.
And then somehow the rabbit got out and then got pregnant.
Oh, goodness.
Then they had all these little rabbits running around.
Yeah.
Because you know what happened with rabbits, man? They
breed like rabbits.
They just breed like rabbits.
I mean, they get after it.
Yes, they do.
They're sharecropping.
They're not like cicadas.
No. They're about every 17 minutes.
Or seconds.
Anytime.
U.S. officials think Iran will attack. U.S. officials think Iran will attack Israel before Thursday. A Middle Tennessee attorney weighs in on why you can't shoot somebody just because they're trying to steal your neighbor's car. Coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
6 o'clock on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And we cannot say for sure there will not be an isolated rain shower somewhere in Middle Tennessee today. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Middle East tensions. Tom Sufi Burridge says escalation believed imminent.
This morning, the White House saying an attack by Iran and its proxies on Israel could come this week. That assessment amid a flurry of U.S. diplomacy, with the U.S. sending back-channel messages to Iran, according to one official, with other U.S. officials, quote, cautiously optimistic Iran will limit the scope of an attack.
President Biden on the phone with European leaders yesterday. Secretary Blinken calling his Turkish counterpart and Iraq's prime minister. Top White House aide Brett McGurk today heading to Cairo, and CIA Director Bill Burns due in Qatar later this week. A man is facing charges for shooting and killing a teenager here in Middle Tennessee, as that teenager was allegedly breaking into a neighbor's car in Gallatin. Police say 20-year-old Adrian Wilkerson fired a shot at the teen who was running away. Channel 4 asked attorney David Rabin how this is against the law.
If someone is taking your property, your lawnmower or something, you can run out and say, stop, and use force to stop that person from taking the lawnmower, for example. But you can't shoot the person.
Now Wilkerson is charged with second-degree murder there in Gallatin. State Board of Education asking parents and teachers to weigh in on what students are being taught under English language arts. This is a required survey every 8 years. It's online right now on the State Board of Education website. Professional educators of Tennessee Executive Director J.C. Bowman telling Channel 4 it could directly impact what topics make it on the tests starting in the 2029-2030 school year.
This is going to be the key, because you're going to be looking at the standards that you set, the curriculum that gets adopted, and ultimately what the test will measure.
Yeah, we put a link to this survey on our socials. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stocks got off to a relatively quiet start to the week, with the Dow Jones slipping 140 points to close at 39,357. The Nasdaq Composite gained 0.2%. The S&P 500 ended the session right where it started. Japan's Nikkei rose sharply overnight, largely driven by the country's technology and financial sectors. Traders there and here are watching for Wednesday's release of the Consumer Price Index, a key indicator of the health of the U.S. economy. Volatile financial markets have not derailed investor expectations of a soft economic landing. A global survey conducted by Bank of America from August 2nd to the 8th also shows continued faith in tech giants. There's new trouble for JetBlue. The three biggest credit rating agencies have downgraded the budget carrier. S&P, Moody's, and Fitch all cut their credit ratings over concerns about profits, cash flow, and rising competition at JetBlue.
Dow futures down 89, S&P up 4, Nasdaq up 17. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here indeed. Very quickly, Aaron sent me this video, and it is an example. It's interesting. It's an example of the extremism of Minnesota Governor and Kamala Harris's running mate, Tim Walz. Now, it's interesting. CNN is on in the studio, and Kamala Harris, her reaction to the X chat that the live stream that Donald Trump did with Elon Musk yesterday, she says that the chat last night was evidence in real time of Donald Trump's extremism. Now, I've listened to some of it. I didn't listen to all of it, but I've listened to a lot of it. There was nothing extreme about it. Do you know what is extreme? What is extreme is that in 2020, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz brought out the National Guard to shoot paintballs at people so that they wouldn't sit on their front porch during his onerous lockdowns there in Minnesota. Listen to this. Johnny needs some audio. Listen to this.
Go inside now! Get in the house!
Get in! That is extreme. That is the governor for the state of Minnesota, the running mate of Kamala Harris, the National Guard that he ordered. People literally patrolling the streets. They're on their porch. And he instructs the National Guard to shoot people on their porches with paintballs.
Go inside now! Get in the house! Get in!
I mean, this was a big story back in 2020. Unbelievable. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just repost that video. If you want to see it, it is on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show. But I'm sorry. Who looks more extreme? Donald Trump with what he said last night, or what Tim Walz did back in 2020 to his own residents in the state of Minnesota? Just unbelievable. So you have that part of the story. People are asking me, okay, so how did it go last night with Donald Trump and Elon Musk? Well, if you missed the opening segment in the 5 o'clock hour, basically, I mean, in my opinion, it went great. A couple of things happened. Number one is they were hacked, and they were hacked big time. And so it did start late. Elon Musk had this to say.
All of our data lines, like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say.
Well, that's exactly right. There is a lot of opposition. You have all of these people hyperventilating. Oh, the two most extreme people in America, Elon Musk and Donald Trump. They're going to be doing a live stream on X, the most extreme place on the internet, right? And so you got people saying, oh, there is disinformation, there was fake news. You know what? What I have heard from that live stream is a lot of the same talking points that we've heard Donald Trump say for quite some time. But I want to direct your attention to last night, yesterday afternoon, during the White House press briefing. Do you know that a Washington Post reporter actually asked Cringe Jean-Pierre what the Biden administration was going to do to intervene and stop Donald Trump's interview on X? Listen to this. This really happened.
Elon Musk is slated to interview Donald Trump tonight on X. I don't know if the president is going to tune in. Feel free to say if he is or not. But I think that misinformation on Twitter is not just a campaign issue. It's a America issue.
Now realize who he's talking to. Cringe Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, is literally misinformation. I mean, she has been lying since this entire administration has been lying to the American people since they got into office. And so you've got the Washington Post asking Cringe Jean-Pierre, who has been lying to the American people repeatedly about the dangers of misinformation and the misinformation that is going to happen during this live stream. And what is the Biden administration going to do? Or is there anything they can do? This Washington Post reporter is asking to intervene so that this horrible 2 hours of misinformation won't happen.
What role does the White House or the president have in sort of stopping that or stopping the spread of that or?
Oh, my Lord. So now, because it's not bad enough, right, that Biden's DOJ has been going after Donald Trump. Now, this Washington Post reporter wants the Biden administration to stop an interview on X featuring Donald Trump and Elon Musk. This is the state of American journalism today.
Sort of intervening in that. Some of that was about campaign misinformation, but, it's a wider thing, right?
Yeah, no, and you've heard us talk about this many times from here about the responsibilities that social media platforms have when it comes to misinformation, disinformation. Don't have anything to read out from here about specific ways that we're working on it, but we believe that they have the responsibility. These are private companies, so we're also mindful of that too. But
so she just, she tap dances.
I think it is incredibly important to call that out as you're doing. I just don't have any specifics on what we have been doing.
I wonder how much the Washington Post has called out the Biden administration for their perpetual misinformation. I mean, from obviously there's the obvious examples where the border is secure when clearly it was not, to, Joe Biden is fit for president. I mean, both of those are really extreme examples, but true examples of how the Biden administration has been engaged in misinformation. So I did think it was funny that she is commending the Washington Post reporter for calling out the misinformation that was sure to happen on this live stream on Spaces on X. And again, far as I can tell, I didn't really hear any misinformation. It was more like a conversation. Also, the internet is alight with these accusations or hysteria that Donald Trump was lisping. If you're anywhere near the internet, I'll play you an example coming up that's actually not what is going on. Donald Trump was not lisping. I'll tell you this story straight ahead, 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. At 6:16, partly cloudy today, high of 88, and right now, 67 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, coming up at 6:36, Matt Bassett is going to join us. Yet another audio bite from Kamala Harris has emerged, and it has to do with illegal immigration. Wait till you hear this one. It is coming up on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The low information left, they are obsessed with Donald Trump and this perceived lisp that he had last night on the live stream on X. This is what it sounded like.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to.
So you can hear, and he's talking about the Iron Dome. I did cover that as a topic in the 5 o'clock hour. If you're interested, you can go back and listen to that. But he's not speaking with a lisp. He's not slurring. there's some sort of a technical thing, and from what I'm told, this happens on Spaces on X, and it's something about, just the equipment where it gives people lisps, and that's it. The left is out there saying, oh, look, Donald Trump is losing it. He's lisping. He's slurring. No, this is apparently what happens on X. So that's number one. Number two is Donald Trump said a lot of really good things last night on X. He did. But here's the bigger, broader point. The bigger, broader point is that Trump did something that Kamala Harris could not do, and that was speak clear-eyed, no lisp, clear-eyed, and really not exactly concisely, but, good enough for Donald Trump on exactly what he wants to do when he wins the election. That's what he did. And it was a great conversation. Elon Musk said this about Kamala Harris's dad.
I think a lot of people thought, the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not. But we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. Her dad is literally Marxist economist. You can Google it. It's not we're not making this up,
Yeah. So Kamala Harris's father, you just heard that he is defined as a Marxist, and proudly so. This is from the New York Times. This is Kamala Harris's father. Now, just to be clear, they are estranged, and they were estranged at an early age after a divorce. Despite his low profile in the election cycle, Dr. Donald J. Harris is not an obscure figure. He was the first black scholar to receive tenure in Stanford's economic department and a prominent critic of mainstream economic theory from the left. The Stanford Daily, reporting in 1976, described Kamala Harris's father as a Marxist scholar and said there was some opposition to granting him tenure because he was too charismatic, a Pied Piper, they said, leading students astray from neoclassical economics. And so when Elon Musk talks about the father of Kamala Harris and how she learned, the greatness of Marxism from an early age, that's exactly what he means. Now, again, just to give you the entire picture, the two, Kamala and her father, they were estranged after the parents divorced when Kamala, I think, was around 6 years old. But this is, again, part of that conversation.
America is kind of at a fork in the road.
True.
You are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite.
Yeah. I think most people who have a lick of sense would agree that Donald Trump does give us the better chance at a pathway to prosperity. There is zero doubt where Harris is regarding capitalism. She is all about equity and taking from those that have worked their butts off and redistributing that wealth to others. It is all about Marxism. It is all about socialism. She is on record as saying all of this, making sure that we're all the same economically. No one has what others don't, regardless of effort, regardless of risk, regardless of investment. This is what Kamala Harris wants. And so, of course, this is where we play words, the audio of Kamala saying what it is that she wants to do.
I am proposing that we change the tax code so for every family that is making less than $100,000 a year, they will receive a tax credit that they can collect up to $500 a month, which will make all the difference between those families being able to get through the end of the month with dignity and with support or not. And on day one, I will repeal that tax bill that benefits the top 1% and the biggest corporations of America. And I actually feel very strongly about this, is that we need to have Medicare for all. Having a system that makes a difference in terms of who receives what based on your income is unconscionable, it is cruel, and in many situations that I have witnessed, inhumane.
So Marxist and socialist is what it sounds like. The last cut, having a system that determines who received what based on income, she says is unconscionable. Now, I'm not sure the context of that statement, but, who receives what based on income? Well, the more money you make, the more you can buy. That's what you call capitalism and America, part of the American dream. You work, you earn, you buy. Isn't that what we do in this country? But it sounds to me like Kamala just, that's the whole thing that equity is. is that everybody should have exactly the same. And that's what she wants to do. I mean, when she talks about anyone earning under $100,000 a year should get a $500 tax credit, well, how do you pay for that? How do you pay for that? And so that's the problem with Kamala Harris's policies. What Donald Trump wants to do, and he's done this, he wants to lower taxes for everyone so that everyone can succeed. And that leads to, quite frankly, more income for the government because more people have the prosperity so that they can go out and buy more. Get that economy churning. That's what Donald Trump stands for, and that's what conservatism is all about. But clearly, Kamala Harris has different ideas. 623 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Why do I love Brentwood Jewelry? Because they can help you with whatever jewelry needs you have, from watches to rings and bracelets and necklaces and so much more. So no matter the reason or the season, they can help you find the perfect gift, no matter the budget, no matter who you're buying for, even yourself. Now, they can also customize pieces for you as well. So if you're looking for the absolute perfect ring, for example, and you can't find it, they can build it for you at Brentwood Jewelry. They're also Nashville's premier timepiece dealer. You need to find a great watch at a reasonable price. Your answer is Brentwood Jewelry. And every watch does include a 2-year warranty. Shop in store or online, 7012 Church Street East in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. You can find them online. It's BrentwoodJewelry.com. 624 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Israel and the U.S. brace for what officials say is an imminent attack on Israel. And a new law leaves school nurses in Tennessee unsure about how to do their jobs. Coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
629, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. News with Ken is coming up next. Listen, we've got an unpredictable election going on right now. We've got China, Russia, North Korea, predictably unpredictable. And who knows what's going to happen after November? Here's the deal. No matter what happens, you need to be ready for any emergency that might come your way. You need emergency food from My Patriot Supply and preparewithmandis.com. Now, right now, a great deal. Their mega 3-month emergency food kit comes with 33 varieties of delicious and filling foods. And right now, a great deal for you. You go to preparewithmandis.com right now. You're going to save $300 on your mega 3-month emergency food kit. It's going to ship fast and free. Be prepared with emergency food at preparewithmandis.com. You're going to get that $300 off your mega 3-month emergency food kit. You've got 9 different fruits and vegetables and snacks, plus all those meals. Check it out again, preparewithmandis.com. You're going to save that $300 on your mega 3-month emergency food kit. That's preparewithmandis.com. Protect your family and be ready with My Patriot Supply. Preparewithmandis.com.
6:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We're looking at a wetter ending to the week. We'll tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Middle East tensions. Tom Sufi Burridge says Israel and U.S. officials think an attack on Israel by Iran comes by Thursday.
President Biden on the phone with European leaders Monday, and Secretary Blinken calling his Turkish counterpart and Iraq's Prime Minister. Top White House aide Brett McGurk today heading to Cairo, and CIA Director Bill Burns due in Qatar later this week, hoping to spearhead talks to get more hostages, including 8 Americans, out of Gaza at this critical time.
Yeah, the U.S. has mobilized an aircraft carrier and a nuclear submarine to the waters of the Middle East to discourage Iran and any other groups looking to target Israel right now. Back to school news here in Middle Tennessee. Channel 4 says there is some confusion among school nurses. They fear they could lose their license and be fired over what they can and cannot do for students under a new law, the Families' Rights and Responsibilities Act, that took effect in July. Professional Educators of Tennessee Executive Director J.C. Bowman telling Channel 4.
I do think you're going to see more teachers rethink whether they want to stay in this profession. And we could have avoided all of this if we had gotten guidance from the Department of Education on the front end of this.
Yeah, Channel 4 says the Department of Education has not committed to issuing guidance. Now, Governor Lee says he's open to changes to the law if needed. And right now in California,
we're in the second story of an old historic building that's over 100 years old. And I mean, I thought the whole thing was going to collapse. Thank God it's steel enforced.
That's Liz Coppola describing the 4.4 magnitude earthquake under Pasadena yesterday. Now the nearly 10 million people who live in Los Angeles County being warned to be ready for aftershocks. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
We've had a lot of earthquakes out there in L.A., haven't they, Ken?
Whole bunch.
There's been, I think there were some last week as well.
Yep.
So.
And this one yesterday, it was something. It caught everybody's attention, and that says something for Californians.
Well, usually in California, if it's not over a 5, then nobody really pays attention.
Right.
However, it depends on where it's centered, because if it's centered, in the city, if you will, then that does get a lot of people's attention, because if it's right under you, it's like, holy crap. But oftentimes they're, centered way out in the, whatever. But yeah, LA's got a lot of earthquakes. So thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. 6:33, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. I use Zero Res to clean my carpets, and you should too. Now, I've got dogs and kids and big backyard full of dirt that gets tracked into my house all the time. So it does feel like I'm calling Zero Res every few months. Now, with Zero Res, they do clean with powered water. No harsh chemicals, no soap, and no residue. Just soft and fluffy carpets that are going to stay clean longer. Now, right now, they've got a great deal for you. 3 rooms of carpets clean for only $99. You're going to get 20% off of air duct cleaning as well when you use promo code DUCT20. Now, it is back to school time, so get back to clean carpets with Zero Res. They've got thousands of Google and Facebook reviews. And, of course, my review, Zero Res gets 2 thumbs up. Now, don't forget that great deal. 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $99. 20% off of air duct cleaning when you use my promo code Promo code DUCK20. Restrictions may apply. Call now 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. You can always book online. ZeroResNashville.com. .638, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. CNN's going to make my head explode this morning. So it's on here in the studio. Thanks, Murphy Show. And one of the headlines was that the Elon Musk live stream with Donald Trump was filled with softball questions. Hey, can I just ask a question? First of all, that whole thing was really supposed to be, more of a conversation than anything else. But they did talk a lot about policy. But has CNN come out and actually said that Kamala Harris or Tim Walz should actually answer some questions? See, that would be my response to CNN. That they have such lack of self-awareness. They don't realize how ridiculous they sound when they are the official, marketing arm for the Harris campaign, when they come out and they say, oh, Donald Trump's live stream with Elon Musk was, just full of a bunch of, lies and softball questions. Oh, my Lord. Yet you haven't called out Kamala Harris for not answering any questions whatsoever. Want to welcome on into the program Matt Bassett, our old friend Matt. I don't know. Did you see any of the live stream with Elon Musk last night?
You know, Dan, because I knew we were going to talk about it, I tried to get on Twitter when it opened, and my wife and I, who are not the most tech savvy, are like, man, it just won't let us in. And of course, it turns out that Iran is hacking the event, but I did get all the recaps.
So, what did you? We just had a minor power glitch here in the studios. All the lights went off for like half a second. So always a good sign. Just give me your thought, just real quickly, because it's not what I wanted to have you on, but give me your thoughts on it. CNN saying nothing but softball questions. I really don't think this was supposed to be a hard-hitting interview. They're going to talk about policy like friends would.
I think that the key takeaway and difference, just like Trump's 2-hour press conference last week, is that Trump will answer each and every question that anyone has for him. And he will tell you exactly where he stands. He will tell you what he did as president and what he will do as president. And that's in complete opposition to Kamala Harris, who has now been the presumptive nominee for weeks and has answered maybe 2 questions on a tarmac because she's still trying to figure out what her policies are, which is ridiculous.
Okay, so I want to play this audio bite from you. This is from 2019.
Hi, my name's Sally Hartman. I'm a volunteer with the Center for Worker Justice. Okay. I want to know, when you become president, would you be committing to close immigration detention centers?
Absolutely, on day one.
So she says that she will commit to, on day one, emptying and closing the detention centers at the border. Now, Matt, you're a lot smarter than me, but I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of bad guys in those detention centers.
Well, they are, and she made this comment in Iowa in the primary in 2020, and to that comment, I would say, Dan, promises made, promises kept, 15 million times over.
Yep. And here's the problem we have with Kamala Harris, and that she has, and we'll circle back on this in a little bit, but you know, they have done all of these things that clearly are a black mark on the Biden administration. They've let in all of these people, and we know that there's terrorists now in this country. And you're right, promises made, promises kept, and it's the American people who are suffering.
It is, and what is just mind-boggling to me is that they're trying to act like she's a brand new politician. Dan, she is 58 years old, and I will point out the sitting vice president of the United States. So when she says she's going to come out with her plan to get tough on the border or on her plan to combat inflation, she has been in this administration since day one. She has no plan. The plan to combat inflation is exactly what Biden is doing now. And the White House even said yesterday from the podium, Krenz Jean-Pierre said there is no daylight between the two of us. Yep. So if you want to know what Kamala Harris is going to do, look at what she has done for the last 3 years. And she wants to not own the dismal record of this administration. She does not want to own what a far-left radical Marxist she has been for her entire life, and they're trying to recreate her. No tax on tips? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Dan, everyone needs to understand she was the deciding vote in the Senate to add 88,000 new IRS agents who are going after primarily who? People who earn tips and waiters and waitresses. She has a record, and the fact that the mainstream media is not calling her out on any of these things show that they are just completely in her corner, and it's hundreds of millions of dollars of earned media to make her out to be someone that she is clearly, to anyone listening, not.
Well, and that's why as I opened this segment, I thought it was funny that CNN, of all places, was saying that you had that live stream last night between Elon Musk and Donald Trump was a bunch of softball questions, considering their behavior and their coverage or lack thereof of Kamala Harris. One of the things, as I'm doing some research on this whole detention center story, Fox News reports this. As of July 2024, the fiscal year, more than 37,000 migrants were being held in 18 private detention facilities, according to Customs, U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement. Just over 10,000 of these migrants have criminal records, while about 4,600 have pending criminal charges. I'm going to pick up this conversation on the other side. Matt Bassett joining us on WTN. Time to check the roads. Partly clouded today and a high of 88, 69 now at WTN. So, Matt Bassett, I just told you the tens of thousands of illegal aliens or migrants, whatever you want to call them, that are in these various detention facilities. And these are detention facilities that Kamala Harris, back in 2019, says that on day one of her administration, she will release all of these folks. And so I guess the question is, well, we already have millions and millions and millions that have come in. We've got all of these folks being, they're being held in these facilities. So when they release them, do they just release them into the interior of the country? It seems like that's what she wants to do.
The short answer is yes, and they've been doing it for 3 years. The most conservative number is they've done it 10 million times. When you add in gotaways, I think the real number, according to my friends like Tom Homan, are closer to 15 or 20 million. But Dan, think of it this way. What is the point? Let me tell you, under the Trump administration, the people were detained and then they were removed. That was the whole point. They were here illegally and they were sent back to the country that they came from. Here, they're temporarily detained and they're let out into the United States. What's the point of having a detention center if you're then not going to remove them? So if they closed all the detention centers, I'm not sure it would make any difference. I mean, I think the numbers were that 300 people on the terrorist watch list have come across the border, and they have already released 100 of them into the interior of the United States.
Yep.
So you see my point, Dan?
Yep.
Why detain them if you're just going to release them anyway?
This is what Donald Trump said last night.
Many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world, they're coming from Asia. We have a defective government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. You have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk.
And so now you folks that just joined us and just tuned in, Donald Trump sounds like he has a lisp. He doesn't. That is something that happens on live stream and spaces on X. It's just the technology. The left is screaming up and down that, Trump has suddenly a lisp and a slur. He doesn't. It's the technology. But the core of what Donald Trump is saying, obviously, is, number one, true. We cover this stuff every single day. Just in the last couple of days, and I know that this feels like every day, Matt Bassett, there's another story. Just yesterday, a story comes out. 2 men charged with rape. One is a migrant from Mexico. The other is a migrant from Nicaragua. One of these guys, is brutalizing this woman, and the woman's boyfriend comes up, tries to intervene. The other guy hits him over the head with a pipe. And it's just like every day there's another one of these horror stories, yet the media doesn't really seem to cover it.
misinformation, apparently, Dan, is any narrative that CNN doesn't want to hear.
Totally agree.
And we see the examples of it every day. And what they don't want to say is the truth. The open border will continue under a Harris-Walz administration and will even get worse because both of them are on record either having done it or saying they want to do it, of giving them health benefits at taxpayers' expense and giving them an amnesty and a pathway to vote, which has been their entire plan the whole time. You have wealthy people fleeing leftist states like Minnesota and California, and they have to replace those voters. I mean, this was like right-wing conspiracy stuff 4 years ago, and now we're seeing it happen. And that's another story that CNN, they don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole because they look at each other in the break room and they know it's true, and they think it's a great thing, but they just can't say that part out loud yet.
So I know that we'll probably speak to you before September 10th, but a lot of people talking about really can't wait for the debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump if it eventually happens. I believe that it will, unless Harris, for whatever reason, decides to pull out. But at some point, she's got to come up with some policy. I mean, of course, you spoke earlier about no taxes on tips, and we've all been talking about that. It is unbelievable that she finally comes out with some sort of a policy and she copies Donald Trump's. And for some reason, they don't see that as an epic fail. That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
It's worse than crazy because it's completely intentional. But I just want to remind everybody listening that her policy, there is no daylight between the White House and Kamala Harris. Her policy is today's policy, except that I would add, where Joe Biden has read what's on the teleprompter, she believes the radical left-wing stuff, and so does Tim Walz. So it's Joe Biden's policy even further to the left, and that's just the bottom line.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, too. I'll be able to talk about more of this on the other side, but just very quickly, one of the questions they asked Karine Jean-Pierre yesterday was, what are the biggest accomplishments of Kamala Harris?
What does the president see as the vice president's biggest achievement during their time in office together?
So look, because they've been...
You always know when she's in trouble because she exhales. She never knows what to say. That's always a sign that she's in trouble. And so she goes on and on for like a minute and a half. She cannot name one big accomplishment of Kamala Harris. She goes on and on. I'll play you folks the entire piece of audio coming up in the next hour. But, you know, when misinformation, Karine Jean-Pierre can't even come up with a lie about any accomplishments of Kamala Harris, that really tells you something. So anyway, Matt, always great to have you on, and I'll expand upon all of that in the next hour here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Matt is spot on. I mean, whether it is the border that is a disaster or our economy that is a disaster, Kamala Harris seems to be proudly owning what she and Joe Biden did, quote unquote, as a partnership. That should tell you something. All right, got to run. It is 6:53. Super text line is open, by the way, 615-737-9986. Great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are going down. My friends at Loan Pronto have rates that are starting now in the 4s. This is the best rate in years. Now, listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it. And you can lower that house payment big time. Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. So whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time to call my friends at Loan Pronto. Even if you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto and ask about their zero cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate. And listen to this, no closing costs in a matter of days with almost no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act right now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. Call right now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. You can always find them online. It's loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166, 1781 on approved credit. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
7 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. I'm seeing a 42-minute delay eastbound 40 west of Nashville. Stop and go traffic from Kingston Springs, Ashland City Highway 249, exit 188 due to a crash. We've got the full forecast. Another update on traffic coming up in 5 minutes. And we're watching for what U.S. officials say is an imminent attack on Israel by Iran. Tom Sufi Burridge says the U.S. is displaying a show of military might in the Middle East while keeping diplomacy at play.
There's a vast array of impressive American military assets, including aircraft carriers and a submarine, move into position in the Middle East. The U.S. signaling deterrence. All the while, the U.S. stressing efforts to seal a deal for a ceasefire in Gaza are ongoing.
Yeah, Israel and U.S. intel indicate Iran could directly strike Israel as soon as Thursday. Here in Middle Tennessee, second-degree murder charges have been filed against 20-year-old Adrian Wilkerson in Gallatin for killing an alleged thief. Wilkerson was trying to protect a neighbor's car from break-ins, according to reports. And Channel 4 asked attorney David Rabin how this is against the law.
If someone is taking your property, your lawnmower or something, you can run out and say, stop, and use force to stop that person from taking the lawnmower, for example. But you can't shoot the person.
Well, the exception to that law is if someone has broken into your home or apartment. State Board of Education says it needs parents and teachers' input to shape future curriculum and standardized testing. A survey is online right now. Professional Educators of Tennessee Executive Director J.C. Bowman telling Channel 4 it could directly impact what topics make it on the TCAP tests starting in the 2029-2030 school year.
This is going to be the key because you're going to be looking at the standards that you set, the curriculum that gets adopted, and ultimately what the test will measure.
Yeah, we put a link to that survey on our socials. Teachers in Sumner County are getting pay raises and athletics facilities getting upgrades too. It comes after the county commission heard 4 hours of testimony before passing a budget.
These are not just bleachers, folks. This is a place for the community to gather. It's more than just athletics, and if you think it's all about just football, you're wrong.
It's disgraceful for any county leader to disrespect our teachers or our support staff and not want to give them raises and get them to where they're at a livable wage. A lot of these folks that are working in support staff, they're getting paid less than what fast food workers make. And that's a shame.
Now, this budget adds at least $5 million more to the $16 million base to repair bleachers and build 2 new school stadiums. Channel 4 says teacher salaries bumped up to $47,000 a year. Support staff will be making $16 an hour, up from $12 an hour. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures down 20. S&P up 13. NASDAQ up 63. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:08, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on in. It is Tuesday, August 13th. How are you?
I'm doing good, Brother Dan.
Pretty good. I'm rated PG for pretty good.
So I'm Johnny Kill the Music.
Boy, you make me kill a lot of things, Dan. I'm your hit man.
I'm on the super text line, and I think one phrase has reminded me what it's like to be on the super text line this morning.
I can feel your anger.
A lot of haters this morning. You know, maybe what we should do is every time, like maybe every day, we do a I Can Feel Your Anger update.
I can feel your anger.
And I can just start reading from the super text line.
Have old Palpatine get involved.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Let's see here. Well, listen, that's okay. Are you paid to lie for the GOP?
Oh, well.
That's,
boy, that one hurt.
Yeah.
Feel your anger.
If they do, they don't pay me enough. Okay. Who is that idiot that's on the radio today?
I can feel your anger.
And finally, so another Trump crybaby, so original.
I can feel your anger.
Boy.
The left is listening, Brother Dan.
Yes,
They are.
They must be really worried.
It is. It is kind of weird. It's like, all right, well, you know what? Text away, 615-737-9986.
So it makes me believe, Chris Hand, that things are looking good for us, if they're that worried.
If they're that worried and they're monitoring, yours truly, and I'm assuming some of these folks are, hate texting throughout the day.
Yeah.
Think it might be former Mayor Megan Barry?
I think she's got probably better things to do.
She's trolling us.
She's trolling us in the graveyard.
Trolling us from the graveyard. Anyway, hey, by the way, coming up, I cannot wait for this interview that I've got coming up at 7:35. So you may have heard in the news today, there's an audio bite out there from Kamala Harris running mate Tim Walz, and he is quoted as saying how much he absolutely loves, adores, and respects this Muslim cleric who he has met with many times. This is what Tim Walz has said about this particular Muslim cleric.
I would like to, first of all, say thank you to Imam. I am a teacher, so when I see a master teacher, I know it. And over the time we've spent together, one of the things I've had the privilege of is seeing the things in life through the eye of a master teacher.
Wow.
To try and get the understanding.
A master teacher is what Tim Walz is saying about this particular imam, Asad Zaman. Of the Muslim American Society of Minnesota. This Muslim cleric celebrated Hamas's October 7th attack last year on Israel and promoted a film popular among neo-Nazis that glorifies Adolf Hitler. And that is what Tim Walz, Kamala Harris's running mate, is saying about this particular imam who he has met with multiple times.
And he sure does love China.
Oh, yeah.
And that's...
Not the people, but the Communist Party of China.
I think we need to rename him Grasshopper.
But J.D. Waltz is the weird one.
You mean J.D. Vance?
J.D. Vance is the weird one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the last name right.
That's all right.
On that one. But yeah, boys, so he likes radical Islamic terrorism, and he likes the Communist Party of China.
Yep.
That's who Tim Walz really likes.
Tim Walz calls a guy who celebrated the murders of over 1,000 Jewish people. He called that person a master teacher.
A master teacher.
A master teacher.
And he learned so much from them.
Boy, what a warm and fuzzy man.
So we're going to speak to the guy who broke the story from the Washington Examiner.
Yes.
That's going to happen at 7:35.
I like that newspaper.
It's a good one.
It is
actually.
Always well, you actually get the truth. You get both sides.
Amen.
CNN, Trump repeatedly slams Kamala Harris in glitch-filled talk on X.
That's got to be CNN.
You got to see what ABC's cranking out this morning, man.
Yeah, you know, it's Trump is about to spend, I don't know if you saw the news, he's about to send out a massive ad blitz. Am I having a stroke?
I hope not. I hope none of us are.
An ad blitz, about $100 million, defining Kamala Harris.
Well, we could call it a mad blitz.
Well, you know what?
I can feel your anger.
There's a lot of people mad on the... Whatever, moving on. 7:14 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Let me play the rest of that soundbite real quick before we go to traffic. I want you to hear the full specter of cringe Jean-Pierre and her inability to answer a simple question. That question was, what is President Biden, what is he really proud of Kamala Harris for? What is her biggest accomplishment? And cringe couldn't name one accomplishment.
What does the president see as the vice president's biggest achievement during their time in office together?
So look, because they've been partners, those achievements have been done, certainly those historic, unprecedented achievements have been done together. Has the president believes in the vice president leadership, her temperament, her experience, and he has said this himself. One of the proudest decisions that he made in 2020 was selecting her as vice president because he believed that she can go on day one.
So what was that accomplishment that she
I missed that.
Yeah, I'm not. I still haven't heard one accomplishment.
And you've seen them do that together on day one of this administration. That doesn't change. I'm not going to parse out anything from here.
Because you can't. You can't parse out. You can't name one accomplishment.
They have been partners. She's been a critical partner for this president for during this term, and will continue to do so. You will see them together on Thursday in Maryland, where they would talk about their next announcement on lowering costs for the American people.
So she can't name one. Clearly, that's embarrassing to Kamala Harris. That's got to be embarrassing to the campaign and Biden administration as well. But when she says that Biden and Harris have been partners in all of this, well, you know what? What is it? 70%, 80% of the American people feel like our country is on the wrong track, and she was a partner in all of that, including, by the way, the failed pullout of Afghanistan. 7:16, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Partly cloudy today and the high of 88. Right now, 70 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I loved Peter Ducey's line of questioning. Listen to this.
How long have you guys known that Vice President Harris does not think President Biden is doing a good job at the border?
I mean, have you heard this yet?
Man, that was beautiful.
I mean, I don't know, man. I'm going to miss Peter Ducey if he ends up getting reassigned after the next election, because this was great.
How long have you guys known that Vice President Harris does not think President Biden is doing a good job at the border?
Wait, say that one more time?
Well, she's now promising to hire thousands more border agents than there are now under President Biden.
Wait, but start your question again.
How long have you guys known that Vice President Harris does not think that President Biden is effective with his border policy?
I mean, that you're making a huge jump. Why she did not say this. This is something that you are assuming I don't understand why you would assume that. It's not true.
Of course you don't understand. You're cringe on Pierre.
She has a campaign ad where she is saying they need more Border Patrol agents. If President Biden's doing such a good job, why do they need any more border agents?
We both believe that. The president does want more Border Patrol agents. You know who's getting in the way?
Wait for it.
You know who's getting in the way?
Wait for it.
Republicans in Congress. They're getting in the way. You know who else is getting in the way? The former president.
Oh!
Donald Trump. He's getting in the way.
There you go.
Donald Trump.
I mean, do I have to go through this again? I know that you folks are tired of hearing this, but for those new listeners and perhaps maybe the
I can feel your anger.
The hate listeners that are listening right now, this is for you. Republicans want those Border Patrol agents for protecting the border. Harris wants them for processing more migrants into our country. The other thing is that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and some Republicans, mostly all Democrats, I think all Democrats, wanted to legalize massive amounts of illegal immigration. That's why many Republicans, including Donald Trump, didn't like this, and I'm going to air quote, the bipartisan border legislation. Meantime, Joe Biden, by executive order, abolished all of Donald Trump's border protections on his first day in office. And that led to massive amounts of illegal aliens coming into our country, and they've been committing crimes, most of which aren't really being covered by the media. And this is why Donald Trump did say last night on X.
Many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world, they're coming from Asia. We have a defective government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. You have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk.
Yeah. So, and it's right. I mean, the former president is right. You know, the last couple of days when we spoke a little bit about this with Matt Bassett, where, you know, we have that horrific story out of New York where a couple of guys, you know, some of these migrants outside of a migrant's shelter raped a woman. The woman's boyfriend was trying to help. He got hit over the head with a pipe. Another guy has been arrested for attempted murder. He was caught, then released at the border into our country. That was back in March, and now he's been arrested for attempted murder. Another guy has been busted with fentanyl trafficking. He was caught, released into our country back in February, and that's what he's been doing. Bringing in fentanyl, trafficking fentanyl. Another guy, a Guatemalan, he was allowed in during the Obama administration, and he's been busted for child molestation in Rhode Island. And yet the Biden-Harris administration let all these folks, back then it was the Obama administration, and Joe Biden did everything that he possibly could to have as many of these illegal aliens and some of these bad guys to come into our country. So I know that, you know, the people who are hate listening right now, and I can feel your anger. But you know what? Maybe you need to take a step back. Maybe you need to look in the mirror, and maybe you need to figure out what in the hell you are supporting. Because I bet you the family whose, little boy or girl was molested, I'd be willing to bet that they might like to speak to you about the candidate that you are supporting, because it was your party that let all these bad guys into our country. It was mine. It was yours. I can look myself in the mirror and I can think, yeah, you know what? My guy and my party and my conservative values don't want these people allowed into our country. But what does that say about the Democrats? 722 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. The Super Text line is open, by the way, at 615-737-9986. Gotta love Window Nation. Now, next week, My new windows are being installed in my kitchen and upstairs bedroom. They already put new windows in my downstairs studio, and they look really great. Now, the financial benefits of installing new windows, it can actually be huge. If you've got, for example, old and inefficient windows and you've got the AC blasting or maybe the heater going, all of that air escapes your home. That drives up your energy bills. You can save money with energy efficient windows from Window Nation. Now, right now, you can buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus, right now, they have 0% financing for 2 years. That does include no down payment, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. Window Nation is trying to save you money. They're giving you a lot of different ways to save money. So many ways to save with my window company, Window Nation. Check out all their options, windownation.com. Don't forget that great deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free. Plus, right now, 0% financing for 2 years. That includes no down payment, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. 723 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
U.S. officials think an Iran attack on Israel is imminent. Californians bracing for aftershocks. Smyrna home explosion update, and Google getting a jump on smartphone rollouts. Coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, when you live in Middle Tennessee, you've always got to be prepared for the next power outage. We get some crazy storms. You need a backup home standby generator from my friends at Cove Generators. And right now is a great time because listeners to my show, you're going to get $500 off when you mention my name, Dan Mandis. Now, Cove Generators, they are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer here in the state of Tennessee. So they're always trying to save you money. So as I just said, you call them up and you're going to get $500 off. If you have any questions, call my buddy Generator Dave. He's going to answer whatever you ask. A lot of folks, they don't know a lot about generators. They know, though, that they want the peace of mind that your power is going to click back on when the power goes out. Now, that's what a backup home standby generator does. My friends at Cove Generators want to save you money. Remember that great deal, $500 off when you mention my name, Dan Mandis. That is a deal, by the way, you're not going to find anywhere else but at Cove Generators. They also offer you financing so that you can be ready for the next power outage. Again, $500 off when you mention my name in WTN. Find them online. It's covegenerators.com. Never lose power again. Get that backup home standby generator from Cove Generators. Call them 931-559-3311. covegenerators.com. Terms and conditions may apply.
7:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. A wetter ending to the week. That's ahead. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. The Middle East is on edge today. Here's him when.
The Israeli Air Force is banning its members from leaving the country. They're on high alert for a potential attack from Iran. In the meantime, CIA Director William Burns arrives in Qatar Thursday for previously scheduled peace talks between Israel and Hamas. Talks growing seemingly more fragile by the day with the threat of a wider regional conflict looming.
Israel and U.S. intel indicate Iran could directly strike Israel as soon as Thursday. Right now in California, man.
I was doing yoga in my living room, trying to zen out, and then just felt, like rumbling. My dog was freaking out, and I've experienced earthquakes before, so I kind of knew the feeling, but it was spooky. It was a big one.
That's McKenna Petty after yesterday's 4.4 magnitude earthquake hit right under Pasadena. The nearly 10 million people who live in Los Angeles County now being warned to be ready for aftershocks. Here in Middle Tennessee, the man injured in Smyrna's home explosion Sunday has died. Channel 4 says his neighbors are heartbroken.
Every single person in this neighborhood came out of their house and ran towards his house to try to get him out.
You could see all the smoke and everything come out.
Now, firefighters have not released what the cause of the blast was. Neighbors said that man had been working on his hot water tank. The fall is usually when smartphone makers like to show off their latest tech, but Mike Dubusky says Google's getting a jump on things.
Google is expected to refresh the entire Pixel lineup for a total of 4 new phones.
A Pixel 9, a Pixel 9 Pro, a Pixel 9 Pro XL, and then a new Pixel 9 Pro Fold, which is essentially the Pixel Fold 2.
Android authorities C. Scott Brown says Pixel sales have always lagged behind Apple and Samsung, but that trend is changing.
Every year that it's launched new Pixels from the 6, so the 6, 7, and 8, it has increased its sales significantly.
The Pixel 9 phones are expected to get better cameras and more RAM to power Google's artificial intelligence tools. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. Back to school time here in Middle Tennessee. My friends at United Structural Systems knows that new school clothes and supplies, they're expensive. So they're offering a great back to school promotion. They're going to offer you 10% off of any job over $2,500, along with special financing options as well. No payments and no interest for an entire year. Now, you know they can fix your foundation. They can help you with waterproofing and concrete leveling as well, to name just a few. They've been helping Middle Tennesseans for over 30 years. Now, don't forget that great deal. 10% off of any job over $2,500, along with special financing options as well. No payments and no interest for an entire year, exclusively from my friends at United Structural Systems, USS. Now, this is the company that has helped me with my foundation. They're the company I trust and I have trusted for years. I'm a client of USS. I endorse them highly. So call them, mention my name, and you're going to get that great discount. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. We guarantee our best. Call USS. You can find them online, USSTN.com. .739 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on in. Johnny B. Ken Weaver here as well. Want to bring on from the Newsmaker Hotline Gabe Kaminsky, investigative reporter for the Washington Examiner. And Gabe, an incredible story. And I'm quite frankly shocked that the Harris campaign didn't see this about running mate Tim Walz where he has apparently a very close relationship with this Muslim cleric who actually celebrated Hamas's October 7th attack last year on Israel, among other things. There's a piece of audio that has come out. I don't know if this is from this morning or when this was, but I'm going to go ahead and play it. This is Tim Walz, Minnesota governor, talking about this Muslim cleric who celebrated the terrorist attack against Israel.
I would like to, first of all, say thank you to Imam. I am a teacher, so when I see a master teacher, I know it. And over the time we've spent together, one of the things I've had the privilege of is seeing the things in life through the eye of a master teacher.
Wow.
To try and get the understanding.
So he calls him a master teacher. Now, put that in context, because this imam, Assad Zaman, he's a horrible guy.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Last week, the Washington Examiner had reported that on at least 5 occasions, as Minnesota's governor, Tim Walz had met with Assad Zaman of the Muslim American Society of Minnesota, a Muslim cleric or imam. The reason that is notable is because Assad Zaman on October 7th, as you had just mentioned there, had defended the Hamas-led attacks, but also he has other controversial social media posts in the past, such as in 2015, he promoted a pro-Adolf Hitler movie on his Facebook page, and he also has on one occasion, he has posted a official Hamas press release from Hamas's website on his Facebook, among other posts. And so the latest report in the Washington Examiner, which was actually published about 2 hours ago on our page and is now trending, is that Governor Tim Walz, while the Kamala Harris campaign came out on Friday and alleged that Tim Walz has no relationship with this imam, the update to that story is that is only further contradicted, because in the footage that we obtained, a portion of which you just played, 9 full minutes of that footage is on our website right now. It shows that Tim Walz is discussing his relationship with this imam, and he calls him master teacher. He says at one point that he's learned several lessons from this imam. And so, you know, the impetus really goes in the Harris campaign now to have to defend their prior statement.
So they came out with a statement, and then you guys unearthed the video. Was that all by design?
They released the statement, and yes, we obtained this video, which is from February 2018. Mm-hmm. It was in Minnesota at one of the Muslim American Society's Islamic centers. And this was footage we obtained after this story, after the story and after their statement. And, look, it only further, again, as said, it only further contradicts their claim.
I got to ask, I mean, is this common knowledge in Minnesota? I mean, you got Tim Walz, the governor, of course, now running mate. And Minnesota has a very high Muslim population, a lot of Somalians as well, all this. I think everybody knows that with Ilhan Omar. But is this... sounds like a special relationship between Walz and this Imam Assad Zaman. Is this common knowledge amongst people in Minnesota?
Look, the thing I would note is that in this video, we had previously reported that on these 5 occasions, Tim Walz had met with this person. Clearly, that number is increased now. So we have this video here, which we were not aware of as we published that prior story. And in the speech that in this speech that we published today, Tim Walz is mentioning prior occasions, prior to 2018, in which he was meeting with this imam. And this video that we published here today, this is when Tim Walz was campaigning to be Minnesota's governor. When we published our story last week, we were unearthing times that Tim Walz met with this Muslim cleric, this anti-Semitic Muslim cleric, while he was a governor of Minnesota. So this actually takes us back and provides a further window into a relationship that is apparently broader and a longer relationship.
And I got to tell you, his message about this cleric, given what we know about what happened on October 7th, and that this cleric celebrated this makes this conversation, or I should say this choosing of Tim Walz as the running mate of Kamala Harris all the more baffling, because now this is going to be a second lie that the Harris campaign is going to have to acknowledge. The first one, of course, was the stolen valor, and now this, where, as you just mentioned, they said that there was no relationship between these two. Now here you have this video, and I just wonder, and I don't know if you have an opinion on this, Gabe Kaminsky from the Washington Examiner, but at what point does the Harris campaign say, you know what, we're going to have to regroup and go back to square one? If you have an opinion on that, I'd be curious to hear it. Right now, they've got to check the traffic for about 30 seconds, 7:45 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads. Thank you very much. 7:45, partly clouded today and high of 88. Gabe Kaminsky joining us, investigative reporter for the Washington Examiner, breaking this story that keeps unfolding about how Tim Walz, Minnesota governor, and of course Kamala Harris's running mate, hosted a Muslim cleric who celebrated Hamas's October 7th terrorist attack against Israel. Over 1,000 people, of course, as everyone knows, killed. And this guy also promoted a pro-Hitler film popular among neo-Nazis. And I find it interesting that it was like last year, maybe a couple of years ago, Donald Trump unwittingly had a dinner with a white supremacist, if I remember right. I think it was Kanye that shows up with this dude, and they have a dinner together. And Trump says, I don't know who this guy is. But the left and the media just went absolutely crazy on this story, yet the media seems silent on this.
It's a great point. And look, Trump didn't have an excuse to, be meeting with someone such as Nick Fuentes, former president of the United States. It shouldn't be a controversial position, right? The former president shouldn't be meeting with someone who, an anti-Semite and Holocaust denier such as Nick Fuentes, just like it shouldn't be controversial or political to report on how any in this case Tim Walz meeting with this individual. And I would just note again, the Anti-Defamation League, a nonpartisan group that the right in fact often criticizes for being partisan. The Anti-Defamation League told us, quote, Zaman has a troubling history of playing into classic anti-Jewish themes and justifying violence against Israel. Given his hurtful remarks post October 7th, and absent any recognition of the pain he has caused the Jewish community, we urge all public officials and leaders to avoid meeting with him in the future. Those who have met with Imam Zaman should clarify that they don't agree with his toxic views about Jews in the Jewish state. That's from the Anti-Defamation League.
So I don't know if this is in your wheelhouse or if you want to comment on this or not, but we got now two, seems to me, pretty big controversies. This one that you have unearthed, and also the whole stolen valor thing, which they also have now had to walk back. Is it beyond the pale to think that maybe they might want to regroup? Has that ever happened in politics before, where they realize, you know what, we should have vetted this guy a little bit more?
Look, I can't say the internal thinking of the Harris campaign and whether or not they'd be doing internal deliberations over their VP nominee. All I can say is what we've seen publicly so far is that the Harris campaign has shied away significantly from media. In this case, they haven't actually addressed our story. And when I say shied away from media, that is, I really mean that. The Time magazine yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, maybe it was this week, published a profile of Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris was on the cover. And it was a very positive, glowing, one could call it a puff piece, right? I don't think that'd be a reach. That entire piece did not quote anyone from Kamala Harris's team. In fact, it notes in the story that the Kamala Harris campaign did not respond or declined to comment. It was one of those in the story. So you're telling me that even the most positive story, the most glowing story, literally imaginable on the campaign, perhaps an in-kind campaign contribution,
Yep.
that Kamala Harris's team can't even weigh in on that. I think that speaks volumes.
It does, and it's a sad state of affairs. It's definitely something where you look at this, and this is how the media these days, the mainstream media, is operating. And there's absolutely no journalistic curiosity. By and large, they're not holding Kamala Harris or Tim Walz accountable for not speaking to the media. They're counting on their surrogates to do that for them. But at some point, we do have to, number one, we got to find out some actual policy points. And number two, that are not Donald Trump's. And number two, in my opinion, this would be a question that has got to be asked. Do you believe this story is going to unfold to the point where the media simply cannot ignore this?
Yeah, I can't speak to the trajectory of the story, but we'll stick by the reporting, and these both stories again, they both show that Kamala Harris's VP running mate has met with a Muslim cleric who has controversial past ties and opinions. Beyond controversial, reprimandably posted a pro-Hitler movie, and beyond hosting him, right? They obviously have some sort of personal relationship. And that's just the kind of thing we'd hope, we just want to inform the public about, and whatever happens after that story, that's beyond us.
All right, Gabe, how can people find you on Twitter?
You can follow me on Twitter at GE Kaminsky, GEKAMINSKY. And, if you go to the WashingtonExaminer.com, you can find the story today. It should be on our front page.
All right, thank you very much, and have a great rest of week. It is 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Friends, if you need anything for your house, go to my place, DT McCall's. Now, they've been doing business with Middle Tennesseans for 100 years. Generational growth, because they do it all at DT McCall's. Great value, outstanding merchandise, and great customer service as well. Now, as you know, I bought my oven there at DT McCall's a while ago. It was easy. I went to dtmccalls.com, found exactly what I wanted at the price I wanted to pay. They also deliver for free and haul away the old stuff. Now, DT McCall's, a great American company, a great Tennessee company that has indoor and outdoor furniture, appliances, kitchen appliances, and yes, all the best brands as well. Financing options are also fair and reasonable. They do know at DT McCall's the times are tough, so they're going to do what they can to give you every opportunity to get what you need. Remember, they have as many of their items made right here in Tennessee as possible because they love Tennessee and they keep the dollars local. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lafayette, Lebanon, Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com. 7:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's kind of peppy music, Johnny. Good job. Some nice guitar music there. So, guy is criticizing now. This is the where we're at on the super text line today. Uh-oh. He says this is 3397. He says rest of week, because I said to the previous guest, have a great rest of week, and it's a nice thing to say to people. Whatever.
Sure.
3397. Rest of week. It may be proper, but it sounds stupid. I think it should be rest of the week because we're in the South.
Man, I love armchair program.
That's how
directors.
we talk.
Yeah.
I can feel your anger.
He also says that he loves me and have a great day.
Yeah, maybe he does.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know I don't know. Is it rest of the week or rest of week? I've heard both.
I have too,
and I don't know which one is proper because I don't know how long y'all have been listening to me, but I don't always do the proper English thing.
Hey, let's look it up here, Brother Dan.
Let's not say we did. You know why, Ken? Because I know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
What's going to happen is you're going to look it up, and it's going to turn out that, yes, indeed, for probably 30 years, I've been saying it wrong. And you know what, Ken?
What's that, brother?
I can feel your anger.
I just by you saying, hey, let's look it up and see what's proper, knowing that I've been doing it wrong, you say, let's look it up.
Yeah, according to
there he goes.
Guru, the rest of the week is correct.
Thanks, Ken. You couldn't just leave it for people to imagine or think about. You had to go ahead and just confirm that I've been doing it wrong. I'm just kidding. I love you, Ken.
I love you too, Brother Dan Mandis.
Hey, Ken, can you feel my anger? It's rising, Nobody wants to see me get angry.
No,
anyway.
sir.
What are we doing? 7:58. We'll return next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Eight o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We cannot say for sure there will not be an isolated rain shower somewhere in Middle Tennessee today. More details during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Middle East tensions ratcheting up. Tom Sufi Burridge says escalations believed imminent.
This morning, the White House saying an attack by Iran and its proxies on Israel could come this week. That assessment amid a flurry of U.S. diplomacy, with the U.S. sending back-channel messages to Iran, according to one official, with other U.S. officials, quote, cautiously optimistic Iran will limit the scope of an attack.
Now, that attack, U.S. officials think, could come by Thursday. Here in Middle Tennessee, a man faces charges for shooting and killing an alleged thief breaking into a neighbor's car in Gallatin. Channel 4 asked attorney David Rabin how this is against the law.
If someone is taking your property, your lawnmower or something, you can run out and say, stop, and use force to stop that person from taking the lawnmower, for example. But you can't shoot the person.
20-year-old Adrian Wilkerson charged with second-degree murder. State Board of Education asking parents and teachers to take a survey that will help shape future curriculum and standardized tests in Tennessee. That survey is online right now, the State Board of Education website. It could directly impact what topics make it on the tests starting in the 2029-2030 school year. We put a link to the survey on our socials. Channel 4 says there's some confusion among Tennessee school nurses. They fear they could lose their license and be fired over what they can and cannot do when there is an emergency involving a student under a new law called the Families' Rights and Responsibilities Act that took effect in July. Professional educators of Tennessee Executive Director J.C. Bowman telling Channel 4.
I do think you're going to see more teachers rethink whether they want to stay in this profession. And we could have avoided all of this if we had gotten guidance from the Department of Education on the front end of this.
Well, Channel 4 says the Department of Education has not committed to issuing any guidance, and Governor Lee says he is open to changes to the law if needed. Election 2024. Lionel Moise reports on some of former President Trump's plans if he's elected to another term, which came out of the 2-hour chat between former President Trump and ex-owner Elon Musk last night.
Trump mocked climate change, saying rising oceans will mean more oceanfront property. And he discussed his plans to shut down the education department.
I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states.
The Harris campaign highlighted that clip on its social media and responded to the interview, saying Trump's entire campaign is in service of people like Elon Musk and himself, self-obsessed rich guys who will sell out the middle class and who cannot run a live stream in the year 2024.
Yeah, the live broadcast started a half hour late due to what Musk said was a denial of service cyber attack. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures up 118, S&P up 32, NASDAQ up 158. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 1 hour till Chris Hand takes over the airwaves. So Van Jones sends out this tweet. You ready to hear this? Van Jones, week 1, Kamala Harris sews up the nomination. Week 2, electrifies America with her VP choice. And week 3, rebuilds the blue wall. What can't Kamala Harris do? Is what Van Jones asked. Twitter responded with a whole lot of things that Kamala Harris cannot do. You ready? She cannot answer reporters' questions. She cannot secure the border. She cannot speak without a teleprompter. She cannot win a single primary vote on her own. She cannot contain her laughter in inappropriate moments. And she cannot come up with her own policy initiatives because she has stolen them from Donald Trump, at least the first one that we know of. And all the other policy initiatives, they're Joe Biden's, and they're terrible initiatives. So I thought that was kind of funny. And I started thinking, okay, what would mine be? Like a couple of those were mine, but what cannot Kamala Harris do? She cannot not laugh like a hyena. Sorry. I thought that was funny.
Get her.
Whatever. Let's move right along. She does. She sounds like a hyena when she laughs, right? I mean, am I wrong? Is that a hyena laugh? Well, or what? How would you define her laugh? Is that a... I understand it's a cackle.
Well, I think we should check.
Cackling. How does a hyena laugh? No.
Let's review.
Does anybody know? Is there a hyena laughter on YouTube?
Somebody tickle her.
How does a hyena laugh?
Well,
all right. This could very well be a disaster.
Yeah. You put the sound on there, Brother Dan.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if this actually works.
The key to great skin is exfoliating.
See, how did I know? This is why we can't do things. At the last minute.
I didn't know hyenas knew anything about skin exfoliation.
Well, they do. You know, they have needs, Ken.
I think the public still perceives hyenas as a rotten, smelly scoundrel that is a
No, that's Joe Biden.
good-for-nothing scavenger. A project like this gonna hopefully...
Man, just get to the laugh.
Sound of all is the giggle that gives them the nickname Laughing Hyena. But there's nothing funny about this noise. It signals high stress, often heard when they come across their arch enemies, lions.
It's a sound that...
So did you hear that?
It sounded like monkeys.
Yeah.
It did. It did sound like
sounded like
monkeys.
a bunch of angry chimpanzees.
Yeah, it did.
It's a sound that animals make when...
There you go.
Yeah.
That wasn't very good.
No, I think...
No, it really wasn't. You know what? Can we start this hour over?
Well, I tell you what, Dan.
Terrible.
This is a far scarier sound because this is when you know that she's coming up against Republicans and...
That's what it is.
Man,
what did we do the other day? What did we do the other day when we overlapped a couple of? What was that?
It was Willie Brown.
Yeah, she and Willie Brown.
They share a similar laugh.
That's right.
And they were in rhythm with each other.
Yeah.
In more ways than one.
Oh yeah, baby.
Stop that now.
Yeah, baby.
You boys stop that now.
Woo-wee.
I didn't say nothing.
No.
Anyway, so CNN is still obsessed with last night's Twitter live stream with Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Yeah.
They're saying it was glitch-filled. It was attacked.
That's what.
And you know, people are saying that it was probably the Secret Service or the FBI.
Probably.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that.
No.
Because I happen to know that the Secret Service knows my phone number, or the FBI has my phone number, because I was texting Andy Ogles. Now that Andy Ogles' phone has been confiscated, they had no doubt pouring over my text messages to the congressman.
Yeah, ABC this morning is saying that Elon Musk said that there was a cyber attack without evidence.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Their favorite saying is without evidence.
Yes.
Yeah, they're up in arms about Trump calling for, the education department disbanding that and leaving it up to states.
Right.
I mean,
That's what they do.
He might as well have said, you need to go out and drown a bunch of puppies. I mean, that's just freaking ABC out.
This is what Elon Musk said about the hack.
All of our data lines, like basically hundreds of gigabits of data, were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say.
Well, I mean, he's actually right. Elon Musk is right. I mean, people were saying, and I played the audio earlier. Let me see if I can find it again real quick, where the reporter for the Washington Post actually was asking Karine Jean-Pierre if there is a way that Joe Biden and the Biden administration could actually stop this from happening.
Elon Musk is slated to interview Donald Trump tonight on X. I don't know if the president is going to tune in. Feel free to say if he is or not. But I think that misinformation on Twitter is not just a campaign issue. It's a America issue.
Yeah, because you're talking to one of the biggest purveyors of misinformation. That would be misinformation. Karine Jean-Pierre.
What role does the White House or the president have in sort of stopping that, or stopping the spread of that, or sort of intervening in that? Some of that was about campaign misinformation, but
what a weird question. So the Washington Post wants to know how the Biden administration is going to silence their political opponent. Mm-hmm. That's what he was asking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's obvious that, they don't want to stop it at lawfare. They want to take away Donald Trump's constitutional rights.
It's a wider thing, right?
Yeah, no, and you've heard us talk about this many times from here, about the responsibilities that social media...
She says absolutely nothing of value.
Yeah. Platforms.
Kind of like us trying to figure out how a hyena laughs.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Karine Jean-Pierre and her answer to this question is about as useless as us trying to figure out how a hyena laughs.
When it comes to misinformation, disinformation, don't have anything to read out from here about specific ways that we're working on.
Why can't you just say, you know what, it's not the role of the president or the administration to stifle our political opponents? She just speaks in circles. Oh, Lord, it drives me crazy.
Yeah.
From the party that wants to make you believe that the assassination attempt on Donald Trump was all staged.
That's exactly right.
They're still saying that.
I know. You know why? Because they're insane.
They are.
8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you, Jack. 8:16, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather today, partly cloudy and a high of 88 degrees. And Johnny, you said it's what, 70 degrees now?
72 now, Dan.
72 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Donald Trump did say a lot of good things. I do understand last night during the live stream on Spaces on X. Now, one of the things that, and people are noticing, people are asking me, did Donald Trump have a stroke? No, Donald Trump did not have a stroke. He sounded like he had a lisp because apparently that's how people sound on Spaces on X during live streams. I don't understand all the technical stuff. Maybe somebody else can, but what people are telling me, and a number of people have said it this morning, is that's how folks sound on Spaces on X just because of the technology. This is how Trump sounded last night during the live stream with Elon Musk.
Many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or A bigger version of that is insane asylums.
You know, the funny thing is, this is kind of how Joe Biden sounds on a good day, by the way. And he's obviously talking about illegal immigration. It does sound kind of funny, though.
And many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world, they're coming from Asia. We have a defective government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. You have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something.
All right, so he didn't have a stroke. This is just the technology. Do you know who he sounds like? He sounds like Barney Frank. Now, some of you folks, and I don't even remember... I remember Barney Frank's voice because it was a very distinctive voice, and he had a very high voice and it was very lispy, but no, Donald Trump is just fine. And, you know, it's being described by MSNBC and CNN and others as this just 2 hours of hate-filled disinformation. And it really wasn't. I mean, you tell me, in that audio bite there, that 32-second sound bite, where is the disinformation? There's no disinformation there at all. I mean, if you want to look at disinformation, obviously look at where we started this segment, where you had Van Jones come out and say, you know, is there anything that Kamala Harris can't do? And yeah, my number one, she can't speak to reporters. She can't answer reporters' questions. Number two, do you know what else Kamala Harris cannot do? She cannot tell the truth. That's the other thing that Kamala Harris cannot do, because she rarely, if ever, tells the truth. And she's really, right now, she's lying by omission to the American people. Now, what I mean by that is we're in the middle of a presidential campaign, and she has said all of these crazy, asinine things in the past, very progressive. That makes all the sense in the world to her as a flaming progressive, as a socialist, as a Marxist, whatever you want to call her. But here's the thing. When you look at what she said back then, she's not talking now. To me, she's lying by omission, because she's not telling us how she feels right now and what her policies are, with the exception of the one that she stole from Donald Trump regarding no taxes on tips. Other than that, no one knows where this woman stands on anything. Does everybody know who Grover Norquist is? He's one of these guys. He's, you know, very passionate about low taxes, and he's like a tax watchdog. Well, they were talking about Kamala Harris last night, and this is This is a soundbite that I've played before. It's Kamala Harris.
I am proposing that we change the tax code so for every family that is making less than $100,000 a year, they will receive a tax credit that they can collect up to $500 a month, which will make all the difference between those families being able to get through the end of the month with dignity and with support or not. And on day one, I will repeal that tax bill that benefits the top 1% and the biggest corporations of America. And I actually feel very strongly about this, is that we need to have Medicare for all. Having a system that makes a difference in terms of who receives what based on your income is unconscionable, it is cruel, and in many situations that I have witnessed, inhumane.
So in that last cut, a lot of these audio bites, I mean, they really just, you listen to them and it's obvious that she is incredibly progressive. But the last cut, having a system that determines who receives what based on income, she says is unconscionable. Now, I'm not sure the context of that, and I mentioned this earlier, the context of that statement, but who receives what based on income? I mean, the more money you make by working hard, well, that means you can buy more stuff. So you work hard, you make money, you can buy things. I mean, that's how it works here in America. But Grover Norquist was on Fox Business, and he talked about some of the things that Kamala Harris is on record as saying that she wants to do regarding taxes. I mean, that was just 3 sound bites right there.
She has a series of tax increases, many of them much worse, more radical, more devastating to the economy than even what Biden put forward.
Yeah, she wants Medicare for all, especially illegal aliens. She wants single payer. She wants to raise taxes by getting rid of the Trump tax cuts and allowing those to expire. She's wanted to increase the estate tax and capital gains taxes as well. And she also wants universal basic income. And again, Americans making less than $100,000 would get $2,000 a month as part of all of that. And that, of course, makes people more dependent on the government, which is ultimately what they want, among other things.
It simply increases the number of people who are become dependent on welfare and end up not working. One of the challenges we have in the Kamala Biden economy is that welfare payments are so high and inflation is so damaging to wages that people are not coming back to work. The percentage of the population of working age that is working is not growing. It's falling, and it's a significant problem that workers are not coming out to work because of things like Kamala's idea of throwing more welfare.
Yeah, The Hill actually had an opinion piece with this headline that Joe Biden was the welfare king. Under Joe Biden, an additional 19 million people have enrolled in Medicaid. Food stamp recipients have grown as well since he expanded the program. Well, Kamala Harris wants to have even more of that nonsense. She also wants to raise the tax rates on those evil corporations up to at least 28%. This is what Grover Norquist says would be the consequences of that.
And the corporate income tax, as she well knows, is paid not by some guy named Mr. General Motors. It's paid by workers in lower wages directly. It's paid by all Americans in higher prices. And it's paid by retirees in reduced pensions, 401ks, IRAs that are damaged by those taxes. The corporate income tax hits middle America first and last. That's who pays it. The left likes it because it's a hidden tax, but it's a tax on middle America.
Absolutely right. 824, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So when Kamala Harris, just the answer to Van Jones, is there anything Kamala Harris can't do? I think it's clear that what Kamala Harris cannot do is justify running for president with this kind of economic platform. 824 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Busy Bee HVAC is always looking for ways to save you money. Not like Kamala Harris. She wants to take your money. Busy Bee HVAC, they want to save you money right now. They've got a great back-to-school special. You buy a new high-efficiency HVAC unit and register to win the Healthy Hive giveaway, which is a $2,000 sponsorship to a local school of the winner's choice. Now, remember, they do plumbing as well, and right now you get $500 off of a tankless water heater conversion, another $500 off a home drain repipe, and a whole lot more. And when you become a Beehive member, you can get a free membership for a teacher, coach, or faculty member. Again, this is why I really, really like endorsing Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, because they're always looking out for our community. So call them 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. They are your Rude Pro partner. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. News with Weaver is coming up next. Dan Mandis here, and I can tell you that as a guy who gets up early, and I mean way early, that first cup of coffee is critical to waking up and feeling great. And I've tried all kinds of coffees over the years. Now I've discovered Space Cowboy Coffee. It's a great coffee with a great name. That's right. This is incredible, rich-tasting coffee with signature blends from around the world. Now listen, if you're a coffee snob like me, give Space Cowboy Coffee a try. Their blends and single origin coffees are as unique as their name. And if this is the first time you've heard of Space Cowboy Coffee, it's not going to be the last. It's a new company based right here in Nashville. I've been trying all their different brews, and yes, as I said, they're amazing. So check them out online today. It is spacecowboycoffee.com. That's spacecowboycoffee.com. Use promo code Dan and get 15% off that first purchase. You spend $50 or more and you get free shipping. Now remember, that's promo code Dan to save some money and get some of the best coffee that Nashville has to offer. You can try them in pods, whole bean, or ground. Space Cowboy Coffee is my new favorite wake-up call. Find them online at spacecowboycoffee.com.
$8:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And it's going to rain. And some point somewhere here in Middle Tennessee this week. We'll tell you more details during the full forecast in 2 minutes. Middle East tensions. Israel and U.S. officials think an attack on Israel by Iran comes by Thursday. Meanwhile, the U.S. has mobilized an aircraft carrier and a nuclear submarine to the waters of the Middle East to discourage Iran. right now in California.
We're in the second story of an old historic building that's over 100 years old. And I mean, I thought the whole thing was going to collapse. Thank God it's steel and force.
That's Liz Capella describing the 4.4 magnitude earthquake under Pasadena yesterday. Now nearly 10 million people who call Los Angeles County home warned to be ready for aftershocks. And here in Tennessee, Channel 4 says not everyone who spoke before Sumner County's commission meeting passed the budget last night is happy that it added $5 million on top of what commissioners said was already approved for sports facility upgrades.
That money is in there, but yet we're holding it over our heads to get more money for the stadiums that were supposed to have been started 10 months ago with money that was already approved. I don't quite understand. Why is it now so urgent that teachers get pay increases? Shouldn't they have been getting pay increases all along? The money was earmarked. You can look at the records. Aren't teachers and children's the two most important things in our education system?
Now the budget passed, so the teachers do get the pay raises and the facilities get the upgrades, including 2 new school stadiums. Some commissioners say they voted against the increases because the district kept giving false cost estimates. No word on when exactly those pay raises for Sumner County teachers will go into effect. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. We are 2 minutes into the brand new trading day, and right now the Dow is up 132 points, S&P up 38, NASDAQ up 187. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thanks, Ken. 8:33 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Did you know that Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America? They've got over 11,000 5-star reviews. Now, they're going to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. I mean, let's face it. Over the past year, the real estate market has changed, and it's a lot more of a hassle these days to sell your home. Not if you go through Mark Spain Real Estate. This is hassle-free selling with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years. As a matter of fact, they've helped over 58,000 families sell their homes. So call them today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. That phone number is 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
8:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
What the hell happened?
What's going on here, Johnny? Did you break it?
No. It just isn't going.
Is our computer no longer
it must have,
cooperating?
It's not cooperating.
Do we need to call somebody?
I may have to.
Are we under a denial of service attack?
That's what it is.
Without evidence?
Maybe we got tagged by the same goobers that, went after Trump and Musk last night.
Maybe that's what it is. Not like do I need to send an email or something? Because we're going to be on the air for the next 15 minutes, and we need to. The computer does need to work, I think, right?
Yes, it'd be nice if it did.
I mean, listen, where would the audience be if they didn't hear any more ED commercials? Or Cars for Kids commercials?
Well, things would probably fall flat.
Or feet... or feet, pits, and packages commercials. I mean, we all need to hear these at least every 15 minutes.
Oh, sure.
This is so terrible. Yeah, this has been a terrible show. I'm going to send
so.
engineering. I'm going to send a note to engineering that our computers have crashed. Have they crashed, Johnny?
No, it's just acting funky. It's
okay. Well, so am I.
Okay.
This has been a terrible show.
I don't think it's been terrible.
Aaron says, looks good here, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, Aaron must be watching WTN TV.
Yes, he is.
I haven't even looked. Do you know I haven't looked at the TV in forever?
Why not?
Is it still working?
Yeah. It's working.
Can you people see the big scar on my forehead underneath my hat? Can they see that?
No.
No.
Now we can. Yeah. That's serious, right?
Very
there.
quickly, I will tell the story again as to what happened to me yesterday. I'm doing fill-in shows on WMAL on the East Coast, Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C., our nation's capital.
That's right. And so I try really hard not to call it our nation's crapital. Which I'm free to do here in Nashville, and I've done that on occasion. But I have to watch myself when I'm on in D.C. So I drop my highlighter, and then this is while I'm on the air. I drop my highlighter. I go to grab the highlighter, and as we're coming back from a break, I hit my forehead on my microphone, and my microphone apparatus has some really sharp edges to it. I scrape my forehead. And I am bleeding profusely as the music is coming back and I'm supposed to start talking.
Yeah.
I am in such pain, and I've got blood literally in my hands. It is dripping onto my desk.
Wow.
So I text Amy, bless her heart, she didn't sign up for this. I text Amy, I said, help, bleeding, is all that I texted her because I was trying to talk at the same time.
Urgent.
So she comes running down the stairs because she knows me. She's been with me for, I think, about 7 years now. So she knows that I'm just a complete klutz. And I always lead with my head, right? I mean, if my head can find a sharp edge, it's going to find it. And so she comes down and she's like, oh my God, you're covered in blood. And I'm doing a monologue. So she takes a paper towel, puts it on my head as I'm talking, and she keeps it there, tells me to keep it there, motions to keep it. I knew. Then she runs and, as I'm talking, and gets whatever that stuff is to clean out a wound, and then she puts a big old Band-Aid on my forehead. And that's what my head looks like now. Wow. I was so covered in blood, it was awful. And I don't know why this happens. And the people at the radio station, they hear, as the music's coming back, they hear the microphone being slammed and then me saying, God, beep, 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 beep. And they're like, are you okay?
No.
And the music's playing and I'm supposed to start talking. They haven't turned my microphone on yet. And I said, my head hit the microphone and I think I'm bleeding. Yep, I'm bleeding. But it was a great monologue.
That's all
I'm going to say. That's all that matters.
That's right.
Just ask the people in our nation's capital.
That's exactly right.
That's what it is now.
Pretty funny. Yeah. By the way, people want to know, where's Chris? Chris is, he was stuck in traffic.
Stuck in traffic on 24. Imagine that.
24.
Imagine that.
By the way, so people are tuning in. They've been tuning in and out. There's what I love my audience, and I love our audience. Dan, how come we haven't talked about Donald Trump's lisp today? Breathe, Mandis, breathe. He didn't have a lisp. It was a situation with the equipment where when people do live streams on Spaces, it sounds like that. The equipment apparently does that. I don't know.
Well, it's online. I mean, most of the time you do anything online, it does sound a little funky.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So that's the problem. Then he did not have a stroke. He's okay. And, Laura Trump is out there saying that it was either the deep state or foreign entities, or maybe both, that hacked into X or Twitter and able to derail the Spaces live stream.
Yeah.
Made it, a half hour late, something like that?
Oh, yeah.
The Independent reported a Trump campaign. A Trump campaign spokesman responded to a Huffington Post reporter's question about how Trump sounded. The Trump campaign response was, maybe it's your hearing.
See, that's funny.
That is funny.
Let's see here very quickly, just a few things. We spoke about this earlier. JD Vance with the in the dress pictures. Yeah. So people asking if I've talked about that. I did speak about it just very briefly in the 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Folks, this is nothing. All the people on the left, they're very excited about this. Oh, did you see JD Vance all over Twitter, right?
Yeah.
All over X, JD Vance in a dress. It was at Yale years ago. Mm-hmm. Obviously some sort of a Halloween party or some sort of a fraternity hazing, something like that. This is not a deal. As we said, I want to know why it is that the people on the left are so giddy and horrified at the same time that J.D. Vance was dressed up, I'm going to air quote here, in drag when, according to them, dressing in drag is supposed to be something that is for heroes. And
I'm
you're a hero
changing my
if you do
vote.
that.
That did it for me.
Well, that's exactly right.
What?
So
yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, they want to celebrate it half the time, but then when they find a picture of somebody they disagree with that does it, oh, look at this.
They're just digging.
Yeah, they are.
By the way, Aaron chimed in.
Game.
Aaron chimed in and said that is not dressing in drag.
No,
because
it's
dressing
not.
in drag, people say, and I don't really, to be perfectly honest, know all that much about dressing in drag, but apparently people that dress in drag, to them is like an art form.
Oh yeah, they take it seriously.
They do. Mm-hmm. They take it very seriously. And this was literally, I'm going to go to the dollar store. I'm going to find a wig, and I'm going to find a really terrible women's dress and some costume jewelry and put it on. I mean, he still had his facial hair.
Yeah.
Well, I guess some women who wear do men who put on drag, do they keep their facial hair? I think they do. I know some trans people, some guys who identify as women and they're trans, like they will keep their beards. Yeah. I don't know about men who. Why am I talking about this, Johnny? What do you got?
I always thought the beard was the girl that was with them, but
Johnny
little
V,
do I know.
everybody.
Little do I know. Hey guys, have you heard about these in-home concerts?
No.
This is where an artist, if you agree with the money terms, an artist will come to your home and do a concert. In fact, I've known of a few that have done it, that have done in-home concerts.
How much do they cost?
That I don't know. I mean, it would be up to the artist, but a lot of them come to your home and they say it's really picking up steam. And they say people are partying like it's 1899 because back in those days, that's how they listened to music. They would
like out on the front porch.
Yeah, they'd be at someone's party or whatever. So it's happening again.
Well, I'll be.
So people are kind of getting into this where they'll have in-home concerts, which brought me to an idea.
Okay,
one of our watch parties. Say somebody wanted us to have one of our watch parties at their home. The crew could come out if it's the right amount of money, and we could have a WTN watch party
right there at somebody's house.
Sure.
Yeah, but it's going to cost money.
Well, sure, but somebody'd
have to pay us to show up.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If somebody that would love to have us around and have this little party in there,
sure,
be an idea.
Our wives would probably pay money for us to leave the house on occasion.
Oh, yeah, I think that. Oh, they pay even big money for that. But no, I think, even those Cowboys we met at, because those boys seem to be doing well. And
sure.
Yeah, they look like they were doing fine. They could probably
absolutely
host
Didn't Jeff Spicoli save Brooke Shields from drowning?
Yes.
And he used the reward money to hire Van Halen to play his birthday party?
Yeah. Can you imagine having Van Halen at your house? Wow.
All right, so very quickly, who would you hire to play your birthday party?
I would have to say Billy Gibbons.
Billy Gibbons. All right. Ken, I'm sorry, Johnny, who would you hire?
Yeah, I'm Johnny.
Who are you again?
I'm Johnny. That's Ken over there.
I know.
I know you do. Just for the fun of it, I'd love to have Trace Atkins at the house.
Okay. You know what? He might do it. Trace, if you're listening, call in.
Well, yeah, I don't think I've got the money to bring Trace Atkins.
You know what we could do, Johnny? We could have a GoFundMe so that you could hire Trace Atkins to come play your party.
Sure.
If it's country, I'd have Sawyer Brown.
Sawyer Brown?
Yeah.
If I had rock, I'd want Alice Cooper.
Yes.
Alice Cooper would bring his own beer, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like that, Alice Cooper is just that cool.
He doesn't drink anymore.
Oh, he doesn't?
No,
That's probably,
Danny was an alcoholic.
Probably no fun then.
I think he would be. And then we'd have Bible study after.
Is Alice Cooper the one that brings the snakes?
He's big. Oh, yeah, he brings the
Okay, he
boas
brings
out.
the snakes.
Oh, yeah.
All right, very good. Very good. And I think for me, I don't know who in the world I would hire to play my birthday party. You know who comes to mind, actually? Joan Jett.
Oh, that'd be cool. That would be very cool.
For the love of me, I can't remember. Maybe it's the brain injury that I had yesterday. In Williamson County, where I used to live, in Franklin, the big housing development, I forget what the heck it's called. But they have a weekend where, I kind of blocked it out, to be honest.
Yeah.
But they have a weekend where they have a bunch of people that just go around and they sing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and some of these folks, if I remember right, I heard, I don't know if this is true, but I heard that like Jody Messina actually would be singing on her porch or might go to a few. Yeah, I mean, it was the coolest darn thing. That's, I forget what they call it now, but it's in Williamson County. It's the same place where they were putting the pineapples out.
Oh, I was getting ready to ask, do they have these soirees where there's pineapple flags? And...
Yeah, it's the same place. That's why I blocked it out. Nobody ever asked me to, if I wanted a pineapple.
You either, huh?
I'd have Jack White play at my house.
West Haven, thank you, 1093.
West Haven, yes, that's right.
Why do I have a like a brain block when it comes to West Haven?
I
lived there for. I know why. I lived there for a year. Sure. And anyway, so yeah, West Haven, and they had all of these musicians that would walk around and they would just sing. It was the greatest thing ever.
Wow.
That's the one weekend I enjoyed at West Haven.
I'd have Hank Jr. over at my house, too.
Oh, yeah, Hank Jr. and Kid Rock.
Porch Fest, 1468. See, these are people on the super text line. They got my back.
Kid Rock, man, your house would be destroyed.
Hank Jr. and Kid Rock. I'd have them at the house, and I'd tell Hank to bring the cannon. Yes. Let's shoot the cannon off, Hank. Come on, Bo Cephas, light that dude.
Kat says, OMG, pineapples are a symbol of being a swinger. I know, Kat. That was the whole point.
That's the joke.
They had swingers and...
They have swingers.
In your neighborhood, they had that?
Oh, yeah, and Dan's...
We talked about this, Kat.
Yes,
it was years ago.
Brother Dan.
It even went over to the Phil Valentine show, and my wife, we were shopping, and we found some napkins that had pineapples on them. And so she bought them for Phil.
Yeah, that was a whole big story a while ago. Remember that?
Yeah.
Where they discovered that there were swingers out there, and the signal to everybody apparently was like pineapples. If you had like a pineapple out on your front porch or something, then you were into that kind of stuff. I had no idea.
I'm going to start paying closer attention on my walks.
Well, somebody told me that they've now changed fruit because we talked about it on the air, and so we kind of outed them.
What is it now?
What, a peach?
I don't know. I haven't been to West Haven since I got kicked out years ago.
An eggplant.
An eggplant.
A marijuana plant.
Because I loved West Haven. Great people. Great place to live.
Yeah, get to know neighbors intimately well.
Really well.
Yeah.
At least some folks did.
Sure.
No. I'm not going to comment on what people are saying.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, what's coming up next? Oh, wait, he's not here.
Looks like Brother Dan Mandis is coming up next.
No, yeah, I think he better be here.
Trump was based.
What you got for us at 9, Brother Dan?
Oh, my gosh. After the news, Trump was based last night. And America was red-pilled.
Yes.
Brother Chris is here, by the way.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Is he hearing all of this and flipping me off?
He's ready
I can't
to go,
see him?
baby.
No.
All right, good.
He's smiling. Look at him. He's got a
Chris.
smile on his face. Look
I love old Chris.
He's laughing. We love Chris. We absolutely love Chris.
Yes, we do.
8:54, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and appreciate you listening. Dan Mandis here. And when I tell you about my friends at the Glock store, now you know how much I love the Glock store, right? It's where I buy all my guns. It's where I buy my ammo and my accessories as well. It is where I learned to shoot and continue to train to this day. Now, you know the training at the Glock store is great because every session is a private lesson in private rooms, not public lanes. You know, they also do parties at the Glock store. No, they actually do parties. Now, I've seen bachelor parties going on. I've seen birthday parties going on, retirements. They even do corporate team building. Now, parties will include a VIP room with a full kitchen, dedicated shooting rooms with instructors, and shooting activities designed for every level. They also include ammo and even full auto options. Now, to get your party started, you can email them, party@glockstore.com. That is party@glockstore.com. And they can start planning a customized party just for your needs. The Glock store, this is my place to shoot and party. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.